9 o'clock. Please join us for Pledge allegiance. Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning, everyone. First on the agenda is to approve the minutes of December 11th, 2023 as written.
I'll say it.
Moved by Huguet, seconded by Meats. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Got several, actually 14 tax abatements under the miscellaneous motion. Moved to authorize direct chairman to sign 14 tax abatements in the amount of $6,557.58.
I read through them over the weekend, and most of them was just changing the taxes based on low oil production.
Going back 4 years.
Yeah.
So we went through quite a few of these last year. I forget
Right.
what we had. But I don't know what that level of oil production's gotta be before they get that rebate. But these are all tied to 4 years, so. And then there's a bottom one in there. The last one, the Kraus Farms, that's a half section of property east of Leroy, 4 miles. And I've been associated with that family ever since I was at the co-op. And this is either the second or third generation. We don't have the correct name in our system. There's not gonna be any tax rebate in here, but they're not gonna pay for it until we do get the correct name. And it's in Indiana, but the correct name and address is in California now. So, but I talked to Stella, and it's all gonna be taken care of. They just gotta get some paperwork time.
I just figured before we approved that amount of the deduction, people ought to know
Yeah,
what's going on.
I'll so move it. Everything looks good.
I'll second. Moved by Meats, seconded by McCurry. Any discussion, further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. I believe that is our miscellaneous motions. We'll call 9:05, Hospital Administrator Jobin, you're up, sir.
Perfect. Well, as Jesse asked a while ago, I'm the only one here today. I don't have anybody with me.
Give us a break.
I did, yeah. Dr. Shell thought about it, but no, we decided not to. Just a few updates as we wrap up this year. As we get into next year, we'll go into much more details, and I'll tell you more about that later the year. So far this year, it's been a good year. It's been a tough year, as we've mentioned a few times in here before. But so far, a few updates this year. We recruited 2 mid-levels, so those are like APPs or nurse practitioners or physician assistants for our ER. Previously, before me and for a while, we've had agency APPs in there, which is pricey. So we recruited 2 full-time APPs in the ER, which is a savings of over $135,000 for organizations. So good move there for all of us. We sent our wound care nurse off to National Wound Care Certification, and she took that exam earlier this summer and passed. So we're working on we already had a great wound care program. It's just now a little bit more detailed of things that she can do and things that we can do. Our patient satisfaction scores are the highest they've ever been. For example, there's multiple questions. When you look at the one question, overall rating our hospital, we're at 95 in the 95th percentile, which is excellent. This is our second year. Like I mentioned the last time we were here, we knew we were getting the award, but we did get the award recently for top 20 critical access hospital for our quality. If you remember, I might have mentioned this last time, that puts us in the top 1.5% in the nation for our quality outcomes. The only hospital in Kansas that received this award. And just one last update here for the year so far. We hired our general surgeon at the beginning of the year, Dr. Brown. We haven't had a full-time general surgeon since 2011. And so Dr. Brown is somewhat full-time, meaning he works 3 days one week, 4 days the next. He can up his days if needed by the volume or by the demand. So he's been a great asset to the facility, and we've heard nothing but great things about him. And as you remember, throughout the year, we've talked about how expensive this year has been, and we've had definitely two big projects this year at the beginning of the year, and that's our EMR, electronic medical record conversion at $1.7 million at the beginning of the year, and then our MRI at $1.2 million. Then we had quite a few unexpected expenses this year. For example, our EMS bay, the heaters have been out for many, many years. But if you remember, we had the MRI trailer in there for years, and that thing produced enough heat to keep it warm in there. And there are regulations, we have to keep it at 55 and higher, or at least 55. And so that heater cost $50,000. We kind of knew that was coming, so not totally unexpected. We had multiple other AC issues this year, over $25,000 just here and there. Parts for hot water heaters, over $20,000 this year. And unfortunately, 2 hot water heaters look like they're not going to probably make it. That's probably about $80,000 per hot water heater. We know we have multiple AC units that are on the edge, and we have probably $300,000 in ACs that we're going to have to look at next year. One we've already ordered because we had to order it 9 months in advance, and it's going to be $120,000. Another examples of some things that we were planning is our EMS. One of the doors got hit by the MRI truck coming out. Yes, we're still visiting with the party who took the MRI truck out to pay for it, but at that time it was $16,000 that we had to pay for. And then just a $50,000 deductible for our Meadows roof. So just a few out of the ordinary things this year so far. EMS update. The last time we were here, we talked about how our EMS was struggling with some staffing. We had some staff that moved away. One person moved to California, one returned closer to their home. We were down 5 FTEs at that time. I would say today we're fully staffed, so we all should knock on wood, but we're fully staffed. We're continuing to look for ways to improve the living quarters that they currently have, that were built in the early 1990s, and we've made some adjustments and moved like an office into another bedroom to help with separation there. We made some changes there, which in updated carpet and some things like that. They hadn't been replaced since the 1991, I think, when it was built. And so we've been making some changes there, but just trying to accommodate as best we can in that current situation we have with them. So, Meadows update. I did bring, as you all know, I like to bring handouts. I did bring some handouts kind of just with our pricing and just kind of what our services are there. The Meadows, if you remember right, we're 26 apartment assisted living. This year we did add 2 new services. We added respite stay, so that's like if you have a loved one that lives with you and you're going to go on a vacation, or you have a procedure maybe that you won't be able to take care of your loved one as much, they can stay there. So there's a daily fee for that. They can stay as long as they want. We started that service probably end of summer, middle of summer. We've consistently pretty much had someone in that apartment since we started it. So it's been a great service for our community and our loved ones. We've been trying to get adult day services, which is like adult daycare, for 9 months probably, but the state has to come out and survey the facility for an added service like this. And of course they're backed up and also short-staffed, but they did come out 2 weeks ago and bless our facility for adult day services. It's not public yet, fully, but I know. I have a big note here, not yet, because they made sure and told me, don't say too much. But this is a great service that someone could utilize if they're busy or have to be out of town for a couple hours or a day. So that's a new service. We're always looking for new services for our community and our facility, and I'm excited for this one as well. We've had a lot of people interested.
And that's for someone that needs someone with them
Yes.
all the time.
Yep.
I mean,
Mm-hmm. Yep. And it can't be more than 24. Then you're going to fall into the respite stay. But this is just for maybe you're going to be in Kansas City for
sure.
yeah.
No, that's good.
Yeah. Yeah. And in the respite stay, we've had a variety of people utilize that service. They were middle of haying and they needed services there for their loved ones, so they stayed for a few weeks. We have someone that had a family member had a procedure, so they put their loved one in there for that time frame. So it's worked out really nice. Currently, we have 20 residents and 1 respite resident. We've been hovering the 21 mark for about 6 or 8 months, 9 months or so, which is pretty much the number we need to be at. We definitely need to be there. You know, a year and a half ago we were at 7, and we've definitely worked our way up, and with a lot of marketing and advertising. We did a lot of marketing, as you might know. We've done some paper, we've done radio, we've did even a couple of TV little ads here and there. And as we interview these new residents who come from Colorado and Texas and throughout the state of Kansas, they all said, every one of them almost said, family, friends, that's how I knew about it. It wasn't through the paper, it wasn't through the newspaper or the radio, it wasn't through the TV. We still will post things on social media and in the paper occasionally, but we definitely got to get the word out with us and our community members. So we did this year, we notified our residents on November 1st that we will be going to a new rate increase, which would effective December 1. So for example, there's multiple levels to come into our facility there, depending on what you need. And so the basic level, which includes, of course, TV, internet, Wi-Fi, telephone, meals, weekly housekeeping, laundry services, things like that. Some transportation is, for example, what a level 1 is. That was $2,700 a month. We did go to $3,105. I will tell you from just doing our research and looking at other facilities in our region, we're still about half of what other facilities like ours charge. And so, and if you look at the square feet, which we're all pretty close to about the same, ours is a little bigger in square feet that we're passing about. Kind of see the different rates and just the different services in case someone asks for those. And if you remember, we've had a loss in this department and we'll go over these numbers detailed next time we meet, because we'll have all the end year numbers finished by then. But if you remember in 2021, that department or that area has always had a loss, and so we've been trying to clean that up. In 2021, we had a $426,000 loss for that department. 2022, we had a $249,000 loss. We do have a loss this year so far, roughly around $130,000 loss. But I do feel that when we calculate, if we have 21 residents at the lowest rate, we're a little better than break even. So, and almost everybody has a little bit of a different level, meaning they have a little bit of different needs, and so their level is a little higher than just the 3,105.
You say you're at 20 now. What would be the full capacity?
26. We're licensed for 26.
Okay.
We have 26 beds. 24 of the apartments are single, 1-room apartments, and 2 apartments are 2-bedroom apartments.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
So we do have some like husband and wives in 1-bedrooms. So we might occasionally have a couple empty apartments because we're only licensed for 26 people.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Any other questions on Meadows?
I know there was some air conditioners there. Is your loss figured in with the air conditioners?
That does include expenses for like
Okay.
the $50,000 roof deduction or deduction, that we had to pay. Yes.
So that was just for the $50,000 was just for the roof. Did you replace a bunch of air conditioners on that too?
So we did, in 2019 we had the hailstorm. I don't know why. Previous administration didn't look at the roof for whatever reason that might be. We did reach out to our insurance courier at that time. They did come back and say it was a total loss, which we knew we had leaks and stuff. So they replaced the roof, and at that time we had them go back out again and look at air conditioners because they just wanted to comb the coils and some things like that. These air conditioners are from the original roof, original building of 1990s, and so they did replace 11, which was very thankful. We needed some of them probably
So none of that, that was still under your deductible, I mean, that was
Yes.
under $50,000.
Yes. Yep.
How many more employees did you have to hire to take care of 20 rooms versus 7?
So you're right. So when I got there, I had a staff meeting. We had a staff meeting. There was 11 residents at the time, and there was 13 staff members that day working. So we made some adjustments through just retirement, people moving. So we did go back down, but we have had to hire some more back. I would say it's probably 3 total hired back.
3 only, to
3 or 4.
put you all the way back up to Hanover Point?
Is there a nurse there full-time? I mean, is there medical people there?
Correct. 24/7.
Okay.
Yeah, I like how you asked that. So RNs, there's a requirement for so many hours a week, and they have to do the admission
Sure.
and all that paperwork, and then there's no other requirements for a nurse. But yes,
Okay. I was sure there were not.
and you have to have an administrator who has the license, the operational license, and so we have that, and that person, of course, is on call if there would be a medical need or question, and then if not, we get a hold of our physician. And then just another item that we've talked about a lot in here is our MRI, and I think most Wade and Steve know this already, but our MRI used to be in a semi-trailer. It was out in our EMS bays. It was end of life. We did decide to move that into our facility, into an old area where HIM and coding used to be, and that construction was $1.2 million. The MRI is on a 10-year lease to own, and so we've definitely have pushed our MRI. I've talked about it here a few times. We've pushed our imaging department as a whole, and so I have some numbers to go over. One of the things that we asked about, and I mentioned it in here a few times, is just like everyone during that time, things were getting delayed. People were short-staffed. They couldn't get supplies and equipment. Well, our MRI was 4 months past supposedly the date it was supposed to be delivered. So we pushed back and asked for a variety of things free. We were hoping, we did get one item free, which was what's called a compressed sense. And this is about a $130,000 value software program that we added to the piece of equipment, the MRI, which what it does is it produces, or the exams that we do are about 40 to 50% faster. So we've heard great comments on that. But if you look at the numbers in our imaging department as a whole, our CT department, we've seen about a 5% increase of our last year's volumes compared to this year's volumes. And in our MRI, we've seen a 30% increase over volumes from last year to this year. And that's looking at all of last year's numbers as a whole and November numbers, year-to-date to November. So we'll still see a little increase there. Our MRI, we're getting referrals, not only for MRI, but other areas in our imaging department from Topeka, Kansas City, Chanute, other areas where it's taken 2 or 3 weeks to get into an MRI. Pretty much if you call today, we can get you in today, if not first thing in the morning. So we definitely had an amazing year in our imaging department. Overall, our imaging department has seen about a 6% increase of volume this year compared to last year's.
How do you get your pre-authorization that fast for an MRI? I mean, most insurance companies take
And that's
several days
why
to
we
get
always
authorization.
sometimes say the next day, because it does take, it varies per insurance.
Yeah, right. That's what I was just wondering, how your
Some things
pre-authorization.
don't require, some don't require prior.
The process is a lot faster though,
Mhm.
that's for sure. I was really impressed.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
So we did not have, prior to this MRI, the prostate or breast capability of doing exams. So this year we've already done 18 prostate exams. We did our first breast exam last week, which there was some reasons why it took so long is because to get even some cases going or exams going was because we didn't have all of our coding and the finance side done yet on that one, and it took a little longer. So we should see that start to ramp up as well.
Oh, and being so much bigger is,
Well, it is, we have the widest bore or circle on the market, and then we also have it where you can go feet first. This one, pretty much anything shoulder down, you can go feet first. compared to only going head first. And hopefully it's a little quieter, as they make them now.
Because some of them make quite a bit of noise.
Oh, yes, that
They
clinking.
chatter actually pretty good.
Yeah, they do. So just a few other things. I know I'm going to run out of time here and your day is very busy. If you guys ever want a tour of any of our facilities, please reach out to Judy or myself. We would love to take you on a tour. Again, thank you for your continued support on us paying back the loan that was previously taken out in 2014. We appreciate the decision that was made, I think it was in May of 22, to pay back twice a year. So we appreciate that. Finally, our board meetings are on the 4th Monday of the month. So tonight is our board meeting tonight for this month because of Christmas. We do meet at 6 p.m. on the 4th Monday. Everyone is always welcome. And then, like I said a couple of times, as we meet the first quarter of next year, we'll have much more numbers. We'll go over more of because our year ends. We're on a calendar year at our hospital. And so we'll go over some numbers for you. Year-end numbers. We'll talk about orthopedics coming back to the facility. I feel very confident and very close to making a decision on an orthopedic surgeon. We're also partnering with KU's Alzheimer's Disease Center on their Cognitive Care Network program. So more information on that next time we meet. And then capital. It does look like now not all this will happen next year. We have about $1.6 million of capital needs for next year. So that's like, again, some of those AC units that I was telling you about. We have the ER one at $125,000. That 200 wing, the newest wing of the facility, that's about $125,000 as well. We have a sewer line that's about $65,000 that needs replaced. And we have 2 hot water heaters that we're just trying to bandage together that are very expensive.
So do you have any funds set aside for long-term investments on projects like this?
We tried, so for like example, our ambulance, yes, we put $100,000 back every year.
There some.
We do things like that. Unfortunately, we have years like this year when things out of the blue come up that we weren't planning, and then we have to shuffle things around. That's like every year, probably. Unfortunately, when you know the air conditioners on the Meadows were the original ones from 1991, 92, whenever it was built. We're going to have issues.
I'd be ready for the new ones to go out before the.
Right. I know. You told me that once already.
They won't last near as long.
The last time I think you were in, Joey, you had something, parking lot or
Yes.
is that still in?
It's on for next year.
Okay. And that was that was a big amount.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that took a while to get that quote. If I remember right, it's 300 and some thousand. And so that we have parking lots, we have a couple of roofs that we need to get taken care of. The Waverly Clinic masonry work, we've already done some since I've been here. It needs probably about $8,000 more of masonry work. And, that's an old building.
When you go to 7, I think I'm halfway right, 7 residencies up to 20, that's an increase in income,
Oh, yes.
almost $500,000. Increase 470, 480. So that's, bound to be a huge plus.
Oh, yeah. Well, definitely, as you heard, the losses, we went from $500,000 to $130,000. But that also included the $50,000 roof deductible. I feel very confident we're there.
It's just taking some time.
Yeah. And we can't just go in and change rates 2 or 3 times a year. First of all, in our world, there's regulations on that. And plus, we do care.
Joe, and I don't even know whether this is a fair question or not, and I don't even know what your answer might be. Every time you turn around, it seems like there's a country hospital that's either farming out to KU or St. Luke's or whatever it may be. Do you do any looking at that and projection in the future for a hospital like we got here in Coffee County? Which we know we got to keep it. We got the most very important, but how do you evaluate where you're going to be down 5 years from now?
Yes. So I think you brought that up a year and a half ago.
I think I did, but I don't recall either.
It's a tough. I've been on the other side, where I've gone in and acquired facilities, and within months, we eliminated services. We also were on the other side. We said we would bring in orthopedics, for example, or bring in OB, but we were also on the other side where we cut. And I'm not saying that's all acquisitions or examples of where people come in and take over or manage the facility, but it definitely has. We've talked about it. It is a tough world, especially being we only have each other. We don't have a sister hospital or a mothership to rely on or reach out to for assistance.
First thing a hospital or a big conglomeration would cut would be everything that does not make you money.
Yeah. And we've whittled positions, and we've talked about that in here before, Don, is we've whittled positions as people retire. I didn't come in and just cut a lot of positions. We've whittled as the positions retired or moved on, and really reanalyzed, do we need that position? Can someone wear multiple hats? And so we've whittled that down. I think, for example, last year at this time, I think we were at 239 positions, and we're at 205, 208. I have a cheat sheet. Yeah, we're at 201, I'm sorry. And so I think we continue to do that, because I've also taken over facilities where we cut half the positions in a matter of months. And some of that was because at another facility, I could manage from there, even though I'm not in that building. You know what I mean? So a lot of your leadership facilities. And I'm not saying that's everywhere across the board when larger facilities come in and take over organizations or smaller facilities, but that's some of my examples.
Sometimes, and tell me if I'm wrong, but I think if that should happen, then we would stand the chance of losing our docs. Our doctors, I've seen other facilities that the doctors aren't able to perform in that hospital.
Yeah.
I mean,
So in our region, there's been facilities that came in and took over smaller organizations, and they say, we only want ED board certified physicians. Well, I can give you examples of PAs that probably are better than a ED board certified physician. And so that eliminated this facility, all their providers. And I've been visiting with one about working for us. And so that does happen quite a bit.
it's nice that we have our facility here. That's a good little hospital. You've got a good little hospital. And we've got good doctors. We've got good medical staff.
Yes. But we do need to plan ahead in 5 years we have physicians that have been here for a long time. We have staff that have been with us 40 plus years, 30 plus years. We're constantly thinking about that and planning. With our physicians, as they start to retire, we do have to look for replacements. And not anybody's mentioned retirement that we know. And so we've been already visiting with med students. We've already been visiting with residents. We are a teaching facility, so we do get first year and third and fourth year med students, and then we get a variety of other students through our facility, nursing, imaging, and so we do visit with all of them that come in our doors about looking at us. A lot of them want the bigger cities, physician-wise. A lot of the family practice physicians that are coming out of school don't want to deliver babies too. So that's a struggle we have.
Gotta find the right one.
That's right.
Well, that's like Iowa. Barnett cities are both bigger than what we are here in Burlington, or probably Coffee County, but they lost their IT operator in Garnett. He retired, or she, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And my son-in-law's taking care of both of them.
Oh, IT
On the
side?
IT.
Oh, that's tough.
And they don't know how quick they're gonna be able to retain somebody to make that work.
Yes.
So,
And they're expensive. Well, I know I'm over time.
well, we appreciate what you brought to us today, gentlemen.
Well, appreciate you all. We definitely, like I said, we'll have more number talk, more details on that at the beginning of first quarters.
Thank you.
All right, thank you all.
Thank you.
Have a good week. Have a Merry Christmas.
Oh, you all too.
Christina, you're right on time.
I'm telling you, life is good.
Is it?
It really is. And it was It's nice outside, even though it's a little chilly. It's nice.
Keeps the flies away. All right, 9:30, HR partner Christina Dietrich. Policy manual discussion. Yay.
Yeah. Joy, joy.
Happy employees.
I know, that's what it's all about. Well, there were two, agenda items that we wanted to discuss. The one thing that Wade informed me within the last week is that leadership had another meeting and had some more suggestions on the respective handbook. So Wade's gonna take the lead on that because I was not in that respective meeting. And then I informed Wade about changes with the National Labor Relations, board. And bottom line, just overall education about the National Labor Relations Board, every time a new president comes into play, they are in charge of that respective board, and they have always magic suggestions on how policy should be written. And there's no other way to put it. It's usually bent towards the political party that is in office. So within my career of 30 years, that's when we've had to pivot and kind of have a different, mindset because of that. So that has already been, informed by Wade, and I know he informed you, in regards to those two policies that we need to add that have come about here recently. But I'm going to let him kind of take the lead on some questions that leadership had on some of these policies.
So we had a department head meeting on Tuesday. Steve has been the commission liaison who sat through and been a part of the meetings. We went through the proposed policy manual, and I had sent the most recent draft out a week or so ahead of time, and that's what the discussion was about. And it's not necessarily changes, it's questions related to some of the content. And the easiest way to deal with it is just to put it up here if I can get it to.
Go ahead and put it up there.
We're ready.
Quit messing around, Wade.
I better say, he's better than me when it comes to technology.
Well, I am when it works.
Correct.
You're gonna install some little seat shockers or
Yeah, go ahead.
that there.
We're switching from cable to, and this is really tough, to make the change.
Old habits are hard to break.
It is, very much so.
Okay, so instead of handing this out to you, I'm trying not to kill trees. And then Steve will help me go through this. So this is the most recent version of August of 2023, and that's after we've had multiple meetings. So Jesse, for your edification, I'm going to page 6, 20, 24, 25, 27, 43, and 45, not the entire thing. So we'll go to page 6.
Do you want the sticky note he gave me?
No, man.
Still 40 pages
Still
long.
40.
Hey, that's trimming it down.
If we don't hurry up and approve it, it's gonna get longer.
Yeah.
Correct. Correct.
And we're getting closer, we really are.
I've heard that a couple of times.
So here,
Every meeting brings up different issues.
It's kinda like trying to unbuild beaver dams.
Yeah.
Come back tomorrow and there's another problem.
I was gonna take my beaver dams out.
on page 6, right here, the policies and procedures shall apply to all county employees except elected officials. So as you can imagine, that generated some
Oh, sure.
discussion. Well, what do you mean elected officials? What about elected officials and those who work under elected officials? So if you see can you see the comment up there?
Mm-hmm.
During department head meeting, questions were asked if this only applies to elected officials or their staff. So I'm not sure if that's a Christina answer, but
The lawsuit that came about with Lincoln County versus, what is it?
Nylander.
Nylander. So, we have to put some language in there. At the end of the day, we want our respective elected officials to, you know, adhere to the policies, but at the end of the day, they're elected officials. So, we have had this discussion with our other respective county, government, clients, and we felt like this was the best way to address that by just putting that language in the introductory statement, saying that the policies it's county policies, but at the end of the day, we can't control our elected officials.
I know we got more words to put in there, but would it reference something to the Nylander, really?
We could.
I mean, that
that
right there.
and that would shut it down real quick.
Well, I mean, that's what, they could look that up.
Because it's the law. I mean,
Right.
the reason why that respective sentence is in there is not because I want it in there or you want it in there, it's the law.
If it makes
So,
it to 45 pages, doesn't do it. 44.
I can put something in paren and basically reference the law. But that's
Don't
why,
you think, Wade, that'd be a,
I think you can put it in there, but even if you read Nylander and the cases that have come out of Nylander, I don't think it's necessarily very clear. And if you look at the statutes that deal with the elected officials, it talks about hiring, firing, and promoting. So I think there's still some, elected officials themselves, I think, have a lot of latitude when it comes to those areas, and especially elected officials themselves. They are, in the word of the law, considered at the same status of this board when this board meets as a whole. So elected officials are not subordinate to the Board of County Commissioners, is basically what it comes down to. But the board has the ultimate say and authority when it comes to the purse strings of the county. So if you have elected officials who misuse or miscalculate their budgets, then you get to make the decisions regarding that, and that's why it's important that you monitor elected officials and what they do with their budgets, or how if they have hundreds of thousands of dollars above what they need, and at the end of the year, they just push that to promotions for people or pay raises, you end up the next year having a say in that if you want. Those are out. When it comes to the employees under elected officials, the statute says hire, fire, and promote, and I think promote, in my opinion, can be that one is subject to debate, and I think, in my opinion, you need to promote within what the county structure says, and I don't think you can just promote, let's say, someone's at level 1, and your elected official says, well, I want to put them at level 7. I think that's a topic that could be litigated, and I think, although there's no clear answer on that, I think promote, you look at the definition of the word promote, it has a pretty clear definition. And then everything else, the policy and procedures of all county employees, I think it would be wise for elected officials to follow those policies and procedures. And again, that may be ripe for litigation as well. But hiring and firing for unelected officials is pretty clear. That's where the case law focuses, and this board cannot jump in and tell an elected official how to hire or invade the firing process, because it can be just like that. Somebody can go in as an elected official and say, here's your box, get your stuff, and go, and there's not anybody that can do anything about it, and that was the core of the Nylander decision. So,
I think the statement does what it needs to do, which is there is a differential between the two.
Yeah.
And acknowledging that. But I will say, just like what Wade said, most of the elected officials that I partner with, they're very aware of what they can and cannot do, and the majority adhere to the policies of the county. They know it's in their respective best interest. And that's been a request of the other counties that we represent, is they want to see that distinction in there.
This is on page 19, and I only mention it because we're sort of in between world. There is a section that deals with timesheets, and as you can see from the comment on the right, HR Partners is providing Coffee County with electronic time clock language to replace this section once those time clocks are implemented, and we're just not there, so we're still dealing with timesheets.
Can I say
Go
something
for
to
it.
that? Okay. Well, I just got notified last week that they do have the comp time module working now. So I have training tomorrow at 1 o'clock, which I will have a couple other people in my office in that training. And so it may be coming faster than I'm thinking if we started the January, the first day of the January time. I mean, I think it'd be the January 23rd. I think we are on track for possibly starting then.
Full year later.
Yeah. Well, yeah, kind of.
So it's up to the respective board if you want to keep that one sentence in of the distinction between the two. I chose, I'm one of these less is best. We're just acknowledging that there's a difference, but we're not going into detail about the law. But it's not a bad thing to cite the law, but it's one of these that I just don't want to get into the granular details.
I just leave it as it is.
Okay.
That's the same date you give us, Angie, back 3 weeks ago, January 23rd.
That's been my goal, and I'm pushing them to try to keep that as our goal.
Yeah.
Are you getting the support, Angie, from the company?
Yes, so far, yes.
Okay.
Who did you end up going with?
At CIC.
Okay. Okay.
Page 20, comp time, several questions about comp time. There was, initially we had a meeting and we talked about any hours worked in excess of the number that the group came up with was 40 hours. However, after our most recent meeting, several department heads said that during different times of the year when they have seasonal opportunities, for example, on the health care side of it, when they have flu clinics and different things that take them outside of the courthouse, they well exceed 40 hours, and thoughts that those hours may be problematic. I think the answer may be if department heads have that flexibility to make those decisions, that's why you have them in those positions, but the 40 hours may not be. I think it's fine with that flexibility, so I'm not sure what the board thinks, and maybe Steve can jump in.
Well, 80 hours was the number that was thrown out, as far as working better for the departments. And then using, another thing that came up was using that in a 3 month or a 3 pay period time frame. That was a little tough.
Which is the next.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
But those items were brought up for discussion. I'm not sure what, it seems like if we go out to a 6-month usage time, that might be a little more user-friendly. But
And the three pay period suggestion was actually part of a prior meeting, and if you look at the comment, that was from the, I believe, August 3rd meeting where 3 pay periods was discussed, so it's sort of a fluid situation, I guess, after people see it in writing and then they think about it in application, how 3 pay periods may be.
Well, if you've got 3 people that's in the same department that's running 40 hours, you know, over of comp time, and they gotta use it within 3 pay periods, well, you got somebody that's on vacation, you know, and you might as well shut your department down because everybody's gone.
I think that's the whole thing. I think, just from listening, it needs to be stretched out a little bit. Whether it's 6 months or a full year, I mean, I don't know what the magic number is, and I don't know how you guys, I think it just needs to be stretched out. I think the comp time, listening to the department heads, the comp time needs to be raised from 40 to 70 or 80 hours to make things work. And then the time of usage needs to be stretched out also.
Well, if you double the hours, you're trying to do it in 3 pay periods, so 6 is doubling that. You know, you're just multiplying the problem, are you not?
No, I will say after hearing this out, I'm okay with not exceeding 80 hours and doing it within a 6-month time frame.
And again,
Because just like what you said, you're doubling up, and you can't do 80 hours in 3 months or 3 pay periods. So it's just extending it out. What I see with this policy is giving the respective leaders the flexibility. You give them guidelines, but if they have to go above and beyond those guidelines, they can make that business decision.
and I agree, because that's why we have the department head. I
Yeah.
mean, you depend on those folks to take care of business.
Yeah,
It's not up to us to micromanage.
you bet. We give them guidelines.
I don't mean to be rambling, but that's, the department head, we depend on those folks
Yeah,
to take care of business.
absolutely.
And to take care of their personnel.
Mhm.
Uh,
So I feel like whether you have 40 hours or 3 months or 80 hours and 6 months, at the end of the day, they can manage and go above and beyond that if they have to. I mean, I understand where they're coming from, that it sometimes exceeds that,
Right.
but I don't know enough about their respective, you know, what I see with the other counties that I represent, just like you said, you know, health department and/or snow removal, that type of stuff, and you never can predict that from
Sure.
year to year. So no matter what we put there, I'm okay with it. It's just they have to have the flexibility to manage what they need to manage.
Doesn't most of the comp time come out of 2 departments,
Yes.
your sheriff's department and your
Yes.
road bridge, a little bit maybe in health?
Well, sheriff's department usually, the ones that I work with in law enforcement, they don't do comp time, they pay overtime.
Okay. I know we were set up for overtime, 10 hours.
Yeah, so where I usually see it is in my, you know, public works area and the health department. And that truly is on just circumstantial stuff that comes up.
But if there's an emergency of some sort, then you have emergency management who will then
Mhm.
that. The other one on page 20 that was discussed, accrued comp time must be used before any form of accrued leave. So just so you see what the note says, questions arose in reference to this provision. The common theme was, why do employees not have a choice here as to what time an employee can use and when, i.e. sick versus vacation time? So that was did I capture that right?
You did.
Okay.
You did.
I understand the respective policy, particularly when it comes to vacation, that they should take comp time before vacation because they have this accrued balance out there. I gotta admit, I'd have a debate about the sick leave. If someone's sick, they're sick, and it should be coming off that respective balance. But that's my opinion. But here's the challenge with, here's the challenge with this, you know, because usually there's payouts. There's payouts, you know, when people leave the county, whether or not it's for voluntary reasons, involuntary, or retirement. So they're not touching their balances. They're using that comp time, and they do have an advantage over other county employees because they're doing the comp time instead of touching their balances, so they'll have higher payouts. Now, I could make the argument, well, if you want to have this, come to Public Works. Or if you want to have this, come to the Health Department. But that would be my biggest thing is, I understand you have to take the comp time before vacation, but if you're sick, you're sick.
Right.
I'd agree with that statement.
Yeah. And I think that was one of the concerns.
Mm-hmm.
That was a concern.
Yeah.
Well, we've got 9 minutes. Do we need to make a decision on the 40 to 80 and the 3 to 6?
So that we can modify this and have it adjusted. If you're okay with that, that's what everybody says.
Everybody agrees?
Yes.
40 to 80 and 3 to 6?
I think we've reached the time we need to move ahead.
And then add the sick but not vacation to accrued comp time.
Okay. Gotcha.
So,
This is the short-term disability?
this is vacation.
Oh.
So, question was asked if in year 0 to 1, you can only accrue up to 80 hours in a year, but your maximum carryover is 120. How do you get to 120 if you can only accrue 80? So should 120 not be 80? Is that right?
Yes. The first year they get 80 hours. But your maximum carryover is 120 hours.
How would you ever get to 120 if you're only...
Right.
So just
I
change
think that's
that to 80.
from the old policy, because I think they earned 6.67 for 6 months, and then it went to 8, and
Oh.
since we've changed that, that's why.
Okay.
Okay. That was easy.
25, short-term disability. So, one of the questions was, how does the short-term disability apply to salaried and elected officials both receive compensation if they are not working versus hourly? So,
And Wade and I talked about this briefly outside. I actually have one of my exempt staff on short-term disability right now. She's on maternity leave. And it doesn't matter, you know, if they're non-exempt or they're exempt. You know, basically how short-term disability works is they're just doing a percentage off, you know, your salary, your annual salary.
Which is, yeah. Right.
Yeah, so it really doesn't matter. Now, I don't know, we talked about, you know, supplementing, or people could supplement the short-term disability with their vacation or sick leave, but that really has to go back to whatever your summary plan description, you know, says with the insurance company, if you can do that or not.
They set it up not to, because the discussion was that they wanted people to get back to work as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Well, I think the law actually dictates, if they're getting, just say for instance, they're getting $500 on short-term disability, and they want 1,000, so they're gonna pull 500, well, that doesn't,
Yeah,
that's not how the law's written for
Correct.
for the short-term disability.
yeah.
So on salaried people,
Mhm.
on salaried, so if they have to take short-term disability, then they're still paid whatever percent, that 60% or
They're
whatever.
paid
of-
by
of their
60%,
salary.
correct.
Okay.
Just like we did all the respective paperwork for
Sure.
Allison here recently, they asked a ton of questions to the employer, the employee, as well as the physician, and it's 60%. But they also, she's gonna be on that respective short-term disability. I don't know when yours kicks in. Ours kicks in after the 8th day of disability. And then
I think that's what I was.
Yeah.
Is it not?
Mhm. Yeah.
8th day of disability, and then she has a date out in the future, but she has to get a physician statement saying, hey, ready to come back, et cetera. But during that time frame, she's getting 60%.
And then going to that, I'm not sure where we are on that one, but I questioned why they couldn't use, if you were the sole provider,
Mm-hmm.
60% of your salary or wages, why couldn't they use comp time, sick leave, or
Why,
a vacation to supplement that?
That's a good question. Here's the reason why we have a short-term disability product. It's for people that don't have the balances. Most people who are on a short-term or maternity leave, or any type of, like they take 6 weeks off because of a surgery, they've accumulated full-time pay or that balance. But if they haven't, then they go to the short-term
I see.
disability. Do you see what?
So if they didn't have the short-term disability, then that's where they would use their sick
That's-
leave, vacation, comp
Correct,
time.
correct. I mean, most people, the majority of people will rarely touch this product because they have been with the county for a certain period of time and they want full pay and they have the balance, afforded to them in order to do it. This truly is for folks that haven't been with the organization that long, haven't accumulated that amount, and at least they'll get some level of compensation. And what we try to do is, in the past, and this is with a lot of employers, but they've gotten away from it, the leave sharing program, because of folks that didn't have enough time,
Right.
they would share their leave. But now this is just cleaner, that they'll get some type of compensation, but it'll be in
And I
that
wasn't
category.
in that term, I wasn't.
Yeah, no, that's a good, since I live and breathe it more often than others,
Sure.
but that's the purpose of the policy.
So a question on that.
Mhm.
Let's say you have someone who has the sick time or vacation time, but they decide, well, I want to save that and go after short-term disability, although it's only 60%, instead of, and hold on to the other. Is that something they can do? Just
That's where we get into the situation again, meaning if you give that flexibility to staff where they can or cannot take it, then they do, maintain their balances, and then the payouts are going to be all kind of whacked out if they leave the county. So, but it's one of those, I rarely see that, where you give them that level of flexibility. And I hate to say it, if they have the time to get full pay, you get full pay.
Right.
Mhm.
They can choose whichever way they want to go, basically.
Correct. Well,
I mean,
most of the time, and if you work with your respective insurance companies, they encourage that if they have, time if they have balance on the books, they need to take that
Mhm.
balance on the books.
Before they go to the,
Correct,
okay.
correct.
but you can't force them to take it.
If you have a respective policy, you can. And I'd have to double check with the respective insurance company to see what their rules are. So, but the goal with any of this is consistency. If you do for one, you have to do for all. I'm not saying yes or no, I just would have to double check with the insurance company, and then also you'd have to give that same flexibility to everybody.
we're gonna have to pause here for a minute.
Yes.
We have a public hearing. It's at 10, so we
Okay.
just need to, so we're gonna put you on hold. We'll come back and finish it.
I knew that was going to be too short of a time.
So you want me to stick around?
Yep.
When will you be over?
Probably a
minute.
break.
Okay,
5 minutes?
I'm gonna run over here.
Exit station.
Wait for that one almighty minute. Almost, all right, it's 10 o'clock. Motion to enter into public hearing at 10 a.m. to declare certain roads or portions of roads located in the southwest quarter of Coffee County as minimum maintenance roads.
So moved.
Moved by Hughton,
Second that.
seconded by Thompson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes.
If you will recall, I reference you back to Resolution 2023-922. That's the resolution that initiated or commenced proceedings in reference to minimum maintenance roads in the southwest quarter of the county. That occurred on November 18th, and subsequent to that, a recommendation or referral was made to the Planning and Zoning Board, which they met that following Wednesday, and I was there, Ryan was there. It was presented to that board similar information to what this board had in front of it in reference to the southwest quarter, and they recommended to this board that those roads that were in reference to Resolution 2023-922 be declared minimum maintenance roads. So that's step one. Step two was the public notice. This was published in the Coffee County Republican as required, and then today's date and time was set for any individual to appear and present evidence or testimony in reference to the roads that have been referenced. So that's sort of where we are, and that sets up what you want to do next.
Well, I spoke with several of the landowners that this affects, and visiting with Ryan and everyone else before, just to reiterate that we're not really making any change in the quality of the road service that we have. These roads are already in this type of a status, but that we're signing them to protect the county from liability is basically what we're trying to accomplish. Am I correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Somebody has an issue, that big soft spot or something, we're still gonna help them deal with that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I just wanted to reiterate that for the public.
All right, number one, T21S R13E, Contour Road Lane between 15th Road and 16th Road in Coffee County, Kansas, being more partially described as following. The public roadway segment commencing at the northeast corner of Section 1, Township 21S, R13E of the 6 p.m., extending south 1,700 feet along said roadway to the end of the travel way, beginning edge of a hay meadow. I guess is that question one. Are there any developments on the above road? No, the nearest development is a house that is directly west of the portion line, and they already have two entrances off of 16th Road. That was the report.
So I
You're
think,
reading the zoning administrator's report given to the planning board.
Oh, yeah, I know. Well, let's see. Why do I not have that in front of me? Oh, okay. Oh.
Yeah.
Do I need to back up? The public roadway segment?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, number two, okay, now I'm cooking with peanut oil. Number two, the public roadway segment commencing at the northeast corner of Section 23, Township 21S, Range 14E of the 6th p.m., extending east 1,730 feet along said roadway to the property line of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Number three, the public roadway segment commencing at the northeast corner of section 36, township 22S, range 13E of the 6th PM, extending east 2130 feet along said roadway to end of the travelway. Number 4, the public roadway segment commencing at the west corner of section 9, township 22E, range 14E of the 6th PM, extending east 2,500 feet along said roadway to the end of the travelway. Number 5, the public roadway segment commencing at the northeast corner of section 12, township 23S, range 13E of the 6th PM, extending west 3,900 feet along said roadway to the end of the travelway at the NS fence line, north-south, I'm assuming, north-south fence line.
Mr. Chairman, you should have the original resolution if you're wanting to move forward and the board, someone make a motion to adopt the resolution. The caption of the resolution is resolution declaring certain roads or parts of roads located within the southwest quarter of Coffee County, Kansas as minimum maintenance roads pursuant to KSA 68-5102. And it captures all of the roads and their specific locations as you just read aloud. It also references, if you so decide, today, within 10 days of the adoption of the resolution, signs shall be posted on said roads or portions of roads stating minimum maintenance, travel at your own risk. The sign shall display black letters on a yellow background, with the letters being at least 2 inches high, that the resolution becomes effective upon publication in the Coffee County Republican. And that would be the resolution.
Should they close the public hearing first, Lee?
Yes.
Move to close public hearing at 10:07.
So moved.
I'll second that.
Moved by Hugo, seconded by Thompson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Move to approve resolution number 2023-927, a resolution declaring certain roads or parts of roads located within southwest quarter of Coffee County, Kansas as minimum maintenance roads pursuant to KSA 68-5102.
Ryan, you ready to move, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll make that motion.
Moved by Huguenin,
I'll second that.
seconded by Thompson. Any discussion?
What is 6 PM?
Principal maybe, again.
Okay. Thank you. That's the only question I had. I was thinking,
Just read it.
6 AM.
6 PM, yeah. We'll still be here at 6 PM. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All but the signing.
Ryan, on this first one, on that contour road between 15th and 16th, is there signage at the south end of that mile too? Because this is coming in from the north, but that road, to my knowledge, that road's still open. I mean, you can't travel it, but that road.
Yeah, there's no road coming in from the north. That would be where, oh yeah, that's off of 16th going south is the one you're talking, I think.
Yeah, I mean, there was an incident here a while back where a pickup come from the south and shot on down that road. I mean, there's no road there, but there's brush and trees and at the south end of this mile. You're talking, this is the north end by Darrell Wilson's house,
Yeah, it's right there at the asphalt.
Okay, well, if you go around the other end and you come from the south, is there signage on that road?
Well, this road that we're talking here, that's not a through road.
I know, but when you come from the south side of that same mile, is there signage at that intersection?
I don't even think there's a road there, is there?
I think the road is open.
I would have to look at that. I thought that was a T intersection.
Well, it is, but there's a pasture gate right there. You can go on down that road and turn in a pasture gate, and the road is there. I mean, the two landowners have separate fences, and I just might help somebody
Sure.
if they saw the signage from having an accident going on to the north there.
So that would be a 15th and Contier you're talking about.
Yes, yes. Just when we do, you know, I don't know whether we can add any when we do more later on.
Right, yep.
And maybe it's already signed, but I don't think it is.
We'll look into it.
Okay, okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
signature page is coming around. Move back to Christina.
Jump back in.
There you go.
Shift gears back into. Thank you.
Page 27, this was something that was requested by the health department director to add a section that deals with specific to seasonal vaccines, and she will provide the language to go there. Seasonal vaccines for county employees. So I didn't think there'd be an issue with that. 43. Well, let me show you. So within the prior, this is on page 34, and I just want to add it. The county policy has multiple pages on how to deal with internal issues, including one of them was a grievance committee, and no one could ever answer who was on the grievance committee, if it had ever been used, and the board would have a recommendation, and then whatever the board would recommend, then it would get kicked to the grievance committee, and then the grievance committee would then send it back to the board, which I'm not sure how that logically makes any sense when the board has the final say on anybody other than elected officials. So the recommendation was made back in August to just pull that and come up with a different resolution process, and that's what's here. And Jesse, your favorite part would probably be the shorter and more concise the better, which is what this resolution process is.
We'll give them a dark road to try in.
It has to be dark?
I think so.
Okay.
It's more soothing.
Page 43. So, on page 43, it references hiring paperwork should be administered by Human Resources. Actually, should probably say the county clerk's office, because that's who deals with the hiring paperwork. That's an easy one.
Yeah.
At the bottom of page 43, give to employee driving company vehicles. That question was asked, and I'm not sure if an employee is going to drive a county vehicle, or maybe my comment, does this apply to anybody who may operate a county fleet vehicle for any reason? Need more explanation. And if you recall from the insurance perspective, since we have insurance here, we ran into a situation where insurance runs everybody's driving record regardless for the county, and then flags certain people if they have major violations, which then prohibits them from operating a county vehicle. So I don't know if this specific provision references that, or if, maybe you can do that, Christina, because I'm not sure.
This is an internal document. I mean, I know why it's there. If someone does, basically has the responsibility of driving a company vehicle, there's usually something that we need to get from them or have them sign off on in regards to what the guidelines are for that. So I'd have to ask a little bit more.
What is that form?
We don't have a form, we just send the driver's license to the insurance.
So we
Okay.
may just need to put, retrieve driver's license for insurance.
Okay,
For clarification, if they can, because you're gonna have to do a check to see
yeah.
if they can before, then that way at the hiring process, the insurance is notified, the insurance gives
Mhm.
Susie a yes or a no,
Mhm.
and then we've got it marked, the employee can drive county vehicle
I think just,
after it's been.
yeah, I think we just need to have more specific language that we're doing pre-employment checks and what we need to capture from the employee, the prospective employee, before they can drive that respective vehicle.
Under the understanding that they, I apologize, but under the understanding that they have to have a valid and non-suspended license to obtain and keep or have the job would be helpful. And we have to sign off authorization that we can run there.
Mm-hmm.
And that is currently implemented, with the document we receive, it is signed by the prospective employee that they acknowledge we are updating the record, but something obviously to the effect of knowing that their driving history can affect their insurability, or being in a driving or non-driving position.
And it may be helpful to have somewhere that they have a duty and responsibility to update the county if they obtain any type of traffic violation, because they only, insurance, and I don't mean to point, but you only run a record once or twice a year. And if somebody had some major violation and they've been driving for the last 6 months, and they have a restricted, suspended, whatever type of license, then we have a problem.
Ryan, do you require all of your employees that are on driver status and your truck drivers, if they receive any citations on the road in their personal vehicle or in the truck, that they report them to you? A copy of it?
Not to my knowledge. We
Probably a good thing to have.
Usually the language that we have is that they have to self-report that violation within a certain period of time. I'm afraid it happens more that, just like what is being stated here, we only do it annually, and they kind of keep it quiet until that happens, and then we get a big old, uh-oh. But that's all we can do is ask them to self-report, unless you're like some of my clients, they go out there and they check on a regular basis.
So to add to that, Wade, the insurance company itself does have a continuous tracking system that if there is something that flags that is a high severity, we are alerted on our end, and we in turn then discuss that with Angie in her office, and the department that it applies to.
So that's done
But it's
more
not a
often
fail-safe.
than once.
Correct.
Okay.
It's not a fail-safe, to Angela's point.
Right.
Because they could be temporarily suspended
There's a gap.
and not a true suspension on their, for example, if it was a DUI or whatever. And so that would also help in the event of a claim, and that liability would go back onto that employee. Obviously, EMC would still represent Coffee County, but then you would have a procedure put in place that holds the employee liable to enforce it as soon as possible.
So do we have that in there?
I'm looking on page 39 is about company vehicles. I didn't know if that language was already in there. Yeah.
I don't,
Nothing about self-reporting, but it does say exactly what you mentioned, that motor vehicle record checks may be conducted periodically to ensure compliance. I just think there needs to be something in there if there's a violation that they need to self-report
That's,
yes.
within a 48-hour period or something like that. So that's the only thing that I see in here that we don't have that we should have.
And that failure to do so can
Yes.
result in disciplinary action leading including possible termination.
Okay.
I don't see anything in there about hands-free devices.
Right here, it basically multitasking includes but is not limited to texting, reading, emailing, or writing. I mean, we can.
It doesn't say anything about talking on the phone, holding it
True.
physically to the ear, which is a CDL violation of $3,000 to $60,000.
It is.
Okay.
Which is stupid, because they did studies years ago that it's not actually the physicalness of holding the phone to the ear,
Yeah.
it's the conversation. Now they make a rule where you have to have this thing to your ear where you can talk all day long, which is ignorant. So. But it ought to be in there.
What kind of conversation?
It doesn't matter.
Any type of
Little
conversation.
kitty Susie had 7 little babies, who knows?
I know, okay.
You know, I mean,
Gotcha.
It's,
Okay.
Yes, okay. So, some changes need to be made there, and on page 45, which is the termination checklist, adding some other, which would include computer equipment, cellular phones, and those are being requested to be added for a reason.
Mm-hmm. Can be added.
all properties that are owned by Coffee County.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So, those were the main comments. So once we get an update, then we'll send it back out again. The next thing that's not on the list, but was mentioned quite a bit, this is the employee handbook. There's also been discussion about a department head handbook, and we don't have that. And I think we're waiting to finish this.
Yes.
So we could start working on. And
I thought I have old age before that next time.
And we only have Ryan here as and Angie as a department head, but that's something you feel is important to have on your end, the department head handbook as well.
Kind of gives a little more guidance on some issues, for sure.
I mean, that was the consensus among all of the department heads, sort of having a playbook to go by, and it doesn't necessarily apply to elected officials for the same reasons we talked about earlier, but for everybody else, so that we don't end up having a visit from EMC for the insurance side where certain steps were taken that then create liability for the county, is why that handbook would be important.
And it was a good meeting. I mean, there's some good input.
It is good. I mean, I agree with you, Jesse. This is taking a long time, but one thing I will say about it is at least your respective leaders have had a huge piece of this process, so they're more wedded to the end result because they have been involved. So, but I will update it quickly.
Rather than discovering issues later.
No, every client that I work with, we always go to the leaders to vet it out because they're boots on the ground and they're working with it on a daily basis. And it would be disrespectful not to do so. So I appreciate, the commissioners going that extra mile to get the feedback because people will be more wedded to the process because they were involved. I'll make the updates this week. I'll get it to Wade, and then it'll come back to you for final review and a vote and clearance.
Closure.
Closure.
Not clearance, closure.
Okay. That too.
At least we're getting closer.
We are getting closer. Yes.
So
Anything else?
the employee handbook versus the department head administration handbook.
Correct.
Do they both need to be together, or can they be
No.
separate? Because
We can do this first, and if we can, the majority of the leadership handbook is here, is 80% here. It's just adding some additional guidelines with, I consider, the more controversial policies to give that. And then we would have a respective training real quick to make sure everyone's on the same page.
Whatever you want to do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Christina.
Thank you.
We had a break scheduled at 10:10, let's run till, take a break till 10:35, take a 10-minute break. We're gonna be late today, so it doesn't
It's not actually very good.
Trustpoint Insurance Representative, you're up. A little late, but we're here all day.
Well, I appreciate it. Bobby, there may be times where Bobby's gonna jump in and help as well, but all of you have your packets that we've sent in to you guys, or I can get to all of you guys. Our Christmas cheer and our elves didn't get it here soon enough, so hopefully we'll probably get it this afternoon. So we got a little Christmas cheer for you guys, so I think Santa's a little bit busier than with everybody else, maybe us, so. We'll go ahead and start. I know that your agenda calls for 11 o'clock, and I didn't know how much time you guys wanted to spend on this, since we've had this information. If you want to go through it line by line, we're more than happy to do so. But I kind of wanted to address it and leave it to you guys on how you wanted to handle going through the review.
We're here all day.
Okay. All right, then.
Nothing on the rest of the agenda, if you will, has a specific timeline.
Oh, okay.
The hearing had to happen at 10.
Okay.
After that, everything, we can hold Ryan up as long as you want.
Okay.
Don't open her fat mouth.
So, of course, starting out, myself and Bobby's information that you can get a hold of us at any time. EMC is, those of you that may not be aware of EMC, it's Employers Mutual Company. They are located also in Kansas along with several other states. Their name is Employers Mutual Company. They do have an A rating, which is a pretty big thing going on right now in the insurance industry. And I don't know if those of you that are aware, in our industry it's called a hard market. And what the hard market means is that your reinsurer companies, your Lloyd's of London, other reinsurer carriers that insure insurance companies based on losses. So many losses have happened in the United States. I believe that there was, and I'm not exactly sure on the actual individual claims, but I was told by one insurance company that there were over $16 billion losses all over the United States. And so people say, well, how should that affect me? Well, the insurance company insures all over the United States, and that's how it happens. And of course, those things are things that, you know, you've got fires, floods, so on and so forth. And unfortunately, there's probably more lawsuits and litigations that happen on a more and more basis. So this A+ rating means that they are a financially stable insurance company. And so they are rated by a third party called AM Best, and they financially look over every insurance company that you're with. So this rating is very important, and we did want to report that EMC is an A-rated company. They do have on the next page just a little bit more information about themselves and what they are about. And they were formed in 1974, and they are publicly traded. Just a little heads up on that. We'll go ahead and progress to the property page. This has all of the different properties that are located for Coffee County. And it's 13 locations, but multiple buildings, as you will see, located at each location. So the very first location is here at 110 South 6th, and you have the courthouse and the jail. So that's buildings 1 and 2, and we have that put in more detail as we keep moving on. So this is a page that we're going to reference to, but as we move on, we're going to have pictures of the locations, the amount of the locations on each one of the properties. So if you skip over 2 pages, we're at location 1. You have your 5,000 per occurrence deductible, all covered costs except for wind, hail, flood, and earthquake. You do have a $50,000 deductible for flood and earthquake, and a 1% deductible for wind and hail. So again, you base that off of all of the locations, and that's $131,000.
So looking at if I'm correct here, the courthouse and jails is 11 million, almost 12 million.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a replacement cost? I mean, we know what this new jail's costing next door here.
So you currently,
That is
your roof is insured for replacement costs, so yeah. So you guys are at a replacement cost at this building. I will tell you that the companies are anything that is older than 15 years will be an actual cash value on the roofs. That has been, some of the roofs at Coffee County are older than that. And so that coverage has moved to an actual cash value.
Okay. I was just talking about replacement cost of the whole building.
Yes, yes.
11 million or 12 million is
Mhm.
a feasible amount.
No, that's what it's insured for, but it's insured for replacement costs. If it costs 20 million, that's what they'd like to pay.
Right, so
to
replacement
replace
costs within that.
It just says
Mhm.
limited insurance
Right.
is the reason I was asking.
Right. So it is replacement cost of what it would be to build it.
Okay.
And you're gonna see that in rate, just because of, as again, I said, the hard market, so you're gonna see a rate on building because of that, to put it back to where you were before. They're not gonna make you, better. So for example, if you say, oh, we wanna add another addition
Sure.
to the building, that would be different, but they'll put you back to where you were. Also, you have your personal property, and your computer equipment. So your personal property is a little over 900,000. Again, that is if you take the building, turn it upside down, whatever falls out. And then your computer equipment's in addition to that. You have that there. At this location, you guys do have the DVRS repeater and the tower. So that's considered property at this location. Locations 2 and 3 on Potomac at 821 and 815. That's the sheriff's storage and the annex. So you're at replacement cost there, but your roof is at an actual cash value. So the roof is over 15 years old. When that changes, if you would let us know, if you do replace any of these roofs or update any of these roofs, if you let us know, then that'll help in your rating as well. So you have business personal property, a little over 44, and then location 3, building 1 is the sheriff annex building, insured for a little more of 522. Location 4 has 3 what we consider buildings. Obviously, you have the office and shop, you have the truck storage, and then the salt barn is considered a building. Obviously, you have personal property on all of those except location 3. You do have a radio tower there as well that we have insured, and that's at replacement cost. And then we have property in the open of the underground tanks and the Broyles fuel system. Those are at replacement cost. Building 1, the roof is at replacement cost, but buildings 2 and 3 are insured for actual cash value.
So how would we suffer a loss on our underground tanks?
Leakage, damage, anything that would be damage to them in the property. Tornado, however that would work. Location 5, 1498 12th Lane. That's the landfill, the weigh house, and the trailer storage barn. We have 3 locations there, or 3 buildings there. Your landfill garage with your personal property at replacement cost for the building itself. your way station, and your personal property, again at replacement cost, and your building 3 trailer storage barn as replacement cost. No contents, obviously, but the building roofs are insured for actual cash value on those. But the buildings themselves are replacement cost, except the roofs. Any questions on that so far?
You know, it looks like, and a little bit basically, a $50,000 flood earthquakes on every case we had here, and everything we got tired is awful high for flood problems. You know, would never ever, I shouldn't say never ever, could probably never happen.
Right.
What type of premiums involved in that pitch?
Premiums are pretty significant on flood, but we can get you some quotes.
I wonder if we have not had a quote on flood, chances are we don't even need flood insurance, and whether that can be a, what if.
That's why this is a $50,000 deductible, because it's set up there.
Yeah.
If it happens, it's gonna be a catastrophic situation. That's why the deductible is set so high.
The earthquake could happen, the flood probably can't.
I mean, you could probably go to 100,000, it's not gonna change your policy
That's
amount very
You're
much.
probably right.
Right.
Because it's a major
Am I right?
claim.
Yes.
So, policy dollars would be slim enough, you don't even worry about it.
Yeah, we'll worry about it. There's probably not much difference between, I think we checked that last year, 50
I think
and 100.
last year or the year before, yeah.
Yeah.
We did some checking last year,
Right.
some of our dollars.
Are we ready to move on from the property?
Fire away.
Okay. I think we're moving on to the inland marine. Am I correct? I think my policy was my book. Okay. Basically, inland marine it's equipment that is traveling and or it's in transit over property. So we have scheduled equipment coverage details. You can see what that is including, and for catastrophic loss, you're a little over $7 million insured on that with a deductible of $2,500. It is a $5,000 deductible if the one equipment piece itself is valued over $140,000. Now, last year we did go over all of this with the department in regards to our meeting, and we met with all of the department heads and talked to them and had them update their vehicles, had them update their equipment, go over all of that. So we have done that. So we just summarized it this year for you.
The road and bridge, we've done a lot of corrections last year.
Right, right. So it is just a summary. If you want an itemized for that, Jesse, if that's what you're maybe looking for the inland marine, we just went ahead and met with each one of the department heads and had that. So it's just a summary.
I didn't have nothing for inland marine in my book.
You don't have an inland marine page?
It's just a single page. It's right after those two pictures.
I'm still on property.
Oh, no, the terms of years. Surfity has no comment.
Right here, you
No,
got it.
never mind.
Oh, okay.
I just didn't know how we skipped clear forward ahead to that.
Well, maybe that's my book is out of whack. Is yours inland marine?
I still have properties.
No, there were still several properties
We
we
skipped-
could have
we
looked
skipped
at,
several-
we just skipped
skipped
them.
several.
Oh,
pages of
then
property.
yeah, your book. Let me switch. Yeah, let's go to this book. All right, I apologize, you guys.
It was,
So I'll go back to property then.
I was momentarily.
No, you're fine. Hang on, like,
Tom found
okay.
it, I was like,
well, I just thought you were,
That
Nope,
one was
nope.
ready
It was
to-
I'm
anytime
not,
Monday on
okay,
the
so
property.
let's go to locations
Enough of
6
that.
and 7.
Seventh one.
Has noxious weed and recycling. Yeah. Apologize about that.
it's okay. I thought that was intentional.
Okay. Nope, not intentional.
Well, it was getting kind of, mundane.
I know, I'm trying to keep you guys awake and just kind of, we have 2 buildings located there, and the rest are actual cash value. Got replacement costs on the buildings. Next one, storm sirens. Location 8, we have one in Lebo. Location 9, we have one in Gridley. Location 10, 1307 Old Highway in Waverly. So we have building replacement, and the roof is ACV, actual cash value on that.
Back to the siren things, we took over those from Wolf people, we have more now.
She probably has not been notified of the added siren.
So, Tom, I do want to add to that. We did work with Amber in Emergency Management last year. We do have all the locations for all of the acquisition that you guys have. There were only 2 select locations that still have actually the sirens themselves insured because of the value attached to them. The newly acquired ones, it was discussed if you wanted to insure those for property value, and it was declined, just because you're accepting just the liability of those. So, yes, we do have
I
all
think
of
you
that.
guys discussed that.
I think
Yeah.
we did.
Well, we did, thank you.
Thanks, Bobby.
You bet.
So now we're on location 11 at 404 East 9th Street in Leroy. That's the DVRS repeater system. Location 12, the Coffee County Extension Office. Currently, we have no contents on that. Is that correct, Bobby? That's correct.
Should we reach out to Ag to have them do some sort of renter's insurance?
It would definitely be in the county's best interest to make sure that they do have some renter's insurance for themselves and or for their content, office equipment, various things, because that is not something you are insuring. The county only has the outside or the building
The
itself.
infrastructure.
That would definitely be something to make sure they have in place.
It's okay, I'll talk to Joe about that, just because,
Make sure that,
well, make sure we're all on the same page, yes.
Make sure that if something happens, it's not, oh, I thought you were, or I thought you were, and that you have that clarified in advance, yeah.
I'll do that.
We have
Everybody knows.
location 3 on Old West Highway in Lebo.
13.
Yes, location 13, sorry. Wow, location 13, sorry about that. We have building 1 and building 2. No contents at this location. They are at replacement cost, and the roofs are both at replacement cost as well. Now Inland Marine, right?
Thank you.
Just seeing if you guys were awake.
I just thought you decided, enough of that.
I'm done with that. Let's move on. Okay. So Inland Marine, again, I'll just briefly go over what I had stated before. Since we met with all the department heads, we've summarized this for you for the catastrophic loss. And Don, you are correct. We did a lot of that last year. Last year, meaning 2023, so $7.2 million in contractors' equipment with your different deductibles. We do also have leased and rented, so any department head that wants to lease and rent, they don't have to pay for that insurance. They can just contact us and we can add them on. Rental companies that are actually on record with us right now are located on here. All equipment is actual cash value. It is the cost of what it is at the time of date, not the time that you had purchased it, just like an auto. Mobile property, we have that as well for a little over $576,000, and again, that's actual cash value. And then we do have some drones in the sheriff's department. We have that insured a little over $71,000. Any questions on Inland Marine? Okay. General liability. This is basically that protects you for bodily injury and property damage arising that you may be liable for. So we have you with a $1 million occurrence and $2 million aggregate in the policy period. All of the exposures that are down below are audited. So those go to Angie's office, and all of these numbers are turned in, and you are rated on those. If you turn to the next page, it's employee benefits. This basically protects you in the event that Sorry, guys. It looks like there was the Attorney Direct program afterwards. I believe that we've used them before. I'm sorry, after the general liability. The Attorney Direct program that EMC offers to you free of charge with attorneys that are located, and they will help you with different programs. They work with Wade, if any of those cases, so that's free to you. They'll help on hiring, firing, harassment, work comp issues, employee handbook do's and don'ts. And I know you guys are just going over that, but it's always nice to have a second look at it. I know that Wade does that initially, but always something that he can utilize. And then there's a return to work program and an equal pay, overtime question, so on and so forth. The return to work program is something that EMC will offer to help utilize and minimize work comp claims and get them back to work quicker. And I think that's something that we could be utilizing in the county.
Even if it's counting paper clips
Right. Yeah.
and dumping them out and recounting them.
Encouraging them to get back to work. So it does tell you a little bit about Brisbos and some of that information that you can look at when you guys can't sleep at night, but there is some information there that you can look at that additional information. The next flyer is the workplace violent event response. Are we all on the same page? Yes? Okay, good. This is something that you have that actually helps in the event of a violent event. So EMC notify, they realize that that's a reality, and so that you do have that coverage for that. There are some benefits on there, and you can see some of them are like death benefits, medical expenses, funeral, loss of income. There's a lot of those things that they go on here. And then also EMC wants to reduce the impact of it all. So they're going to be proactive on behalf of money. So they do have the loss control to come in and help with that, and that again is online safety training. That's all free to you. And then hazard control assessments, they will do that as well. So these are things that can be utilized at any point in time if you want to use that.
Since you were here last, the battleship downstairs is set up for a deterrent. Is that something EMC would take into consideration for a reduction in policy because there's a in-house security measure put in place?
We absolutely can send that to them. We've had other municipalities that have put other safety measures in place, and we've sent those to EMC, and they've absolutely considered those. Yeah. They're just going to want some more detailed explanation of what that is, and they may even actually send loss control out to look it over. So yeah, that is something that they would consider. Yeah. Next is the employee benefits liability. Again, that's just for the coverage if we did or did not get someone onto the benefits plan and accidentally didn't happen by nobody's fault, but it just happened. They understand that, so there's some employee benefits liability there. You have $1 million each employee. You do have a small deductible of $1,000, but this goes retroactive all the way back to 2008. Just if there was a claim 2 years ago, or somebody comes in and they were terminated, or they quit, and then they found out they could have had insurance, and so on and so forth, then this goes back to that period of time. Your next is your linebacker, basically the board of directors, all of your positions, public officials that are elected. This helps on any wrongful acts that are in the act of the organization and or your role. And so this is coverage for you specifically and the elected officials. And then employment practice liability, that's for wrongful acts as well, hiring and termination, discrimination, And then you have $1 million coverage each loss on this with a deductible of $2,500 and a retroactive date. Again, that goes back to 7/1 of '92. Your public entities linebacker basically just gives you a little more detail of what that coverage is. So you have that behind that located, and then you have law enforcement. On that. And yeah. So again, sorry you guys, Santa's not working towards us very well, the Santa's elf. The crime policy is it's a blanket fidelity bond for employee dishonesty. So that's the crime. It's money, securities, money orders, counterfeit money, coverage, all of that. That's per employee for faithful performance of duties. So you have $50,000 worth of coverage for 53 employees with a $1,000 deductible. So this is kind of that bonding situation that is put in there. It's a blanket, so they do that for 53 employees, and you have $50,000 worth of coverage. And this also includes Coffee County Attorney. It does exclude the treasurer. The treasurer, if they have their own bonding needs by the state, if they're required to hold an additional amount. So for example, if they needed $60,000, they would have to go and get their own bonding amount. But if you did have some that needed a specific bond, we can also provide those too.
What employees are dedicated towards that 53?
It is the audited amount that came from the clerk's office. So the 53
So the
employees.
auditing firm is the one that set the 53 number?
Right. From what they asked.
Right.
Yeah, so they'll ask job position and duties and what they are, and so that's where that number comes from. So Angie's office has a guideline of what actual employees are going to be in on this number and what they do.
Your treasurer's office, clerk's office, probably register of deeds, the ones,
Sheriff's office.
yeah, sheriff's office.
Because most of the time, it's probably the unlikely ones that do it, some of them's got more access to funds than others.
Right, right. And currently, the only one that's excluded, Don, is the treasurer.
Is it what?
Treasurer. And they're insured, they're bonded on their own bond, specifically to them by the state. That's required by the state. Yep. The next is law enforcement. There's $1 million worth of coverage there. Basically, they've moved the law enforcement on its own policy that helps with damages, bodily injury, any of that has its own coverage line, and you have $1 million worth of coverage there. A deductible of $2,500, and then 25 peace officers and 10 part-time peace officers, 2 police dogs. We have some unmanned aircraft liability, which is basically your drones, and then the drones themselves, 6 of them.
Question for you on,
Currently have 6 drones.
Yes.
question for you on drones. If other departments within the county outside of law enforcement are using drones, are they included in?
We have them on the liability section. There's 2 other drones. I believe it's Road and Bridge and the appraiser's office, correct?
I didn't realize we had 6 drones. Of course, one of them, they had one crash here not too far back, didn't they? If I remember right.
The next is cyber and data. This, unfortunately, is growing rampant in the United States, unfortunately. Our agency alone just last year had over, I believe, 8 cyber claims. So it's alive and well, unfortunately. So you do have coverage there, $500,000 response and expense. There's some legal review forensics IT. So EMC truly gets involved with these situations when it happens. I would say if any of the breach of anything happens or you think may happen, the best thing that can possibly make it expedited as soon as possible is contact us ASAP, 24/7, night or day. We would rather know so that we can contact EMC. Time is crucial on these situations. So yeah, just let us know. You know, we're available 24/7 and we will get this turned in right away. So there's an expense coverage, defense and liability, and identity coverage, and that is for the key elected officials within the organization of Coffee County, and then a network security, defense and liability. We can see if we can get higher limits of where we're at on that. Right now you have coverage up to $500,000, but that is something if you want to look at additional in the future. I believe we looked at it last year of raising that, and we stayed with the $500,000. Again, you have quick flyers from EMC letting you know a little bit about cyber and what they cover, claim scenarios, how those unfortunate circumstances happen. Just a little more detail on that. Then we're next is the business auto. Does anybody have any questions so far? The business auto policy, basically, you have $1 million worth of coverage on any auto. That's the broadest amount of coverage that you could possibly get, including hired and non-auto. You have $1 million on owned autos for the uninsured and underinsured law, and we'll point those out to you here in a little bit. And you have $2,000 on scheduled auto med pay. You have a $5,000 deductible on comp and collision. So we went through this policy last year extensively on all of these autos, and then we contacted all of the department heads to verify where they were. I know that there was something that we have talked about, Angie, I would say that it's probably been over 10 years ago. We keep on bringing it up that anything over 10 years that you want to be liability only unless it's specifically used in, you know, a higher priced value or a vehicle that's on the road a lot. And so that is something that we talked with the department heads about as well.
Well, that's the thing, the older they get, I mean, you've got $5,000 right off the top of them that you're not gonna get. You take that $5,000 and you take the extra premium, and first thing you know, in my opinion, us as a county, and my insurance person one time in a weak moment told me anything that won't put you out of business, you shouldn't insure it. Now, I don't know that we'd already go quite that back, but you know, the reality of it is that Coffee County could afford to take the hit if,
To put it on liability
for
only.
something that's lower value, older, you know. And some of these things I'm sure have special use, or like these spray trucks or whatever, they've got equipment on them or whatever that make them more valuable, but it might be something we need to keep looking at is the age of these things.
And that's something, Wade, typically we go to the department heads every 2 to 3 years and update, and we send them the, you know, information, and do you want to change anything, do you want to update anything, is there anything that we don't have that needs to be added? So that has been done this year.
Very good.
You know, we updated that last year, and I know the road and bridge has got most of our equipment in it. Do we have to reevaluate that this year, Ryan, or can we wait a year and redo it?
No, I mean, really, you should probably look at that stuff every year, just to make sure you're covering everything and haven't missed anything. Back to what Wade just mentioned on that older equipment, and, you know, this last scenario we had was the pickup that got totaled out. Well, I mean, there's a $5,000 deductible on it, on a, you know, $6,500 pickup, you know, so I don't know. I think we probably got some equipment that may follow, you know, makes sense just to have liability on, or something different than the rest of our equipment.
Right.
But when you have department heads turnover or different things, you know, some of that information that we've been saying for years and years and years, unfortunately, may have,
I know we had some major changes last year when we went through it.
yeah.
You know, the fluctuating equipment prices and how aggressive that's been the last couple of years, I think that's, would be a point why you would want to look at it every year.
Okay. Well, I guess you're doing that in conjunction with them on this list, then check the list.
Yes.
What we've got, make sure we don't have something covered that's traded in, et cetera.
Correct.
Yeah.
So do you guys want us to go ahead and have them reach out to departments, anything that's over a
10 years?
Yeah, anything over 10 years or 15 years, put it on liability.
Well, it really depends on what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, unless it's like a
Especially-
great truck or
For
something.
an employer, it might be enough on some of it.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking of a handful of pickups that we have that's very high mile and age.
Right. Right.
I think we went both ways. We've done that before and then we put them back on and
Yep.
now we're back
We've gone
to
back and forth.
different boards, you know, believe different things, so.
Right. Well, I don't know if we can put a definite, kind of hard to put a definite age limit on it. I mean, I guess, like for road and bridge, I mean, I guess it kind of.
5-year road grader is gonna cost more than a 5-year Chevrolet pickup.
Right, I mean, like, yeah, I mean,
Depends on the
obviously.
equipment.
Well, not the
Cheap
equipment,
vehicles,
but
but,
vehicles
yeah.
like trucks. but-
Yeah, because I mean, you know, like
Yeah.
a dump truck has lots of value at 10 years old, but a pickup doesn't, so.
Well, and there are catastrophic things that have happened in 2020. The value of a pickup truck is a lot higher
Sure.
than even if it was 10 years old because of the demand and the chips
You're
and
right.
whatever. So that was another issue that we dealt with as well.
Sure, I understand.
Yeah.
Well, my thought would be, like Ryan would be more, you know, knowledgeable about.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Going over the list
Mhm.
with you and, you know, bringing that to us or whatever we need to do, guys.
Yep.
You know.
That's the reason I asked Ryan about it, how often it needs to be done.
Yeah, but I think he's right. It probably should be reviewed every year.
There are some additional coverages that are included in the auto that EMC hands out and gives out, I guess I should say. And those are just, we have those listed there for you to look at. Any other questions in regards to the auto policy? We'll move on to work comp.
So if we made changes in coverage on a bunch of these vehicles.
We can change it at any
We can
time.
change the premium.
Absolutely.
But I see several on here that need to come off, so, that, not in Ryan's department, well, maybe some, but some other departments here, there are several that are $3,000 vehicle with $5,000 deductible.
Liability only.
Yeah.
Needs to be reevaluated, so.
Probably not today, though, but
Right.
that's, so possibly that can be changed on a
We can
premium.
send that back out to the department heads on their
Okay.
autos.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. Work comp, huge kudos to each department head on your mod factor, basically your mod rate of how many claims you have in a period of time, how much is paid out on that. Your mod rate has gone down from the last year, and that's based on the previous 3 years summary of that. So it's actively going down, but when you have a bad year, obviously that affects you in the years to come. So I'll go over that a little bit more in the comparison that I have. But currently right now for coverage-wise, work comp, you have $500,000 each accident, disease policy limit, and then each employee disease, and then you have the work comp statutory benefit. So the payout on that is unlimited in the state of Kansas. For med pay.
I looked at that yesterday, Angie, because workers' comp's always something that I've always been concerned about, because we know, 3 years ago, we had a .96, and then we went down to .81, and now we're at .76.
Yes.
You know, I think we need to commend our employees,
Oh, absolutely.
commend our employees with the rate that we currently have.
Mm-hmm.
And especially when it's coming down, because that's I shouldn't say it's impossible, it's pretty tough to bring workman's comp rate down.
Well, and, you know, Don, you're absolutely correct. I mean, I have some companies that they have less than 20 employees and their rates over a 1.0 or 1.03. So that's remarkable. And, you know, in the comparison, you'll see how EMC gives you guys a discount credit for that as well. But yeah, you're absolutely right. And I think that EMC also puts a lot of those, they put a lot of the programs in place, like the on-call nurse, the 24/7 on-call nurse that department heads can use, that they take care of everything for you. They handle all of that, you know, scrape or, you know, poison ivy versus a fall, whatever. They're going to help expedite those claims as well. So you guys are doing a great job. The department heads are doing a great job as well.
We say it's down
Absolutely.
25% in 3 years or 3.5. I'd like for department heads to pass that on to their employees. Continue to do a good job.
I agree. Absolutely. So the work comp payroll rates, or the payroll, that again is audited by the clerk's office. So that is turned in by the clerk's office. And that is per each class code. I will tell you, we work very closely with the clerk's office and see if we can create another class code based on whatever that person's job description. So if someone's job description's changed, we work closely with Angie's office about, okay, are they working more of a percentage in this class code, or do we need to look at a different class code for that specific person? So their office is very proactive working with us to make sure that we get the best rate per each employee and what payroll goes to that. As you see down below, the experience mod, like Don had relayed, is at the 0.76, which is pretty amazing. And the EMC gives you a premium credit for that, and because your rate is down, then you get another credit on that as well. So over 50,000 there, and then EMC gives you a credit of 14,000. And then your deductible discount, since you have implemented a $2,000 out-of-pocket deductible that you do on work comp, that also gives you a $3,800 discount. So
Pretty good discount.
yeah, absolutely. So they acknowledge that, definitely. The page behind that is your EMC on-call nurse. I would really recommend all departments to use this. It is something that is pretty remarkable. You don't see a lot of insurance companies offering this. I maybe know about two other insurance companies that do this for big commercial accounts, and basically it takes the department head out of it. They give them the number, and that employee talks to that on-call nurse. That on-call nurse files it and handles it, follows up with them, even if it's a Saturday, Sunday, night, evening, what have you. They truly are 24/7. If they have any concerns, they can call that on-call nurse back. That's crucial. So it's part of the policy that's given to you guys, and that you don't have to be in those uncomfortable situations, or the department heads don't have to either. So they will try to expedite it as much as possible, but also take care of the employee the way that they need to be addressed. Next is the umbrella policy, and this sets over the following underlining coverages that is below. So it's an additional $1 million that sets over your auto, your GL, your employer's liability, your public officials, they're on the board, and elected officials, and then your law enforcement. So it's an additional $1 million worth of coverage on that. The two items that are excluded is your cyber and your drone liability. Next is the premium summary. You'll see each item of last year annualized items versus this year, and there is a 16% increase this year. A lot of that is on audited items and your property. That was a big increase on that. We do have some flyers, again, additional things that EMC does, online training for each department. They can do that. We can work with them on that. It's very easy, all-inclusive. They can have employees do individual training on this. They can log in. They can get certificates that they've done that. And then EMC sees that on the other side. So that would be a benefit for each department. We have before in the past sent that out to each department, and Bobby and I are working on an additional flyer and workout program to send out to each department as well to show them all of these different online trainings that they can do again. There is, they will help implement a wellness work program. They have that available. So these are just additional plans that EMC includes in part of your policy that you have that they will work with you on. If you want to implement them, and I know we've talked about the handbook, but these are some of those things, additional things that they do that they think that is important for the county and their employees. And since it's on such a big scale, they have the experience of doing this, so they can help you implement these and put these together.
I think our wellness program, and I'm not involved in it directly, but it's pretty strong. Is our wellness program underneath this? Or do you know anything? Or separate?
No, it was actually developed based on the recommendation of our health insurance company years ago, and not to say this could be related.
Or they could look at it
Yeah.
and then see if there's things that they would think that could be improved, or if you don't need them, either way. It's just something that they have the ability to help you with.
It's all figured in the premium, Dawn.
Everything's in that premium.
It's all inclusive.
All this free
It's
stuff.
all inclusive, Jesse.
All this free stuff.
It's all
in the
inclusive,
premium.
Jesse.
We ain't got a chance.
No charge.
No charge.
So the next is the comparison, and that lets you know a little bit more detail of where you're at from last year, the expiring period, to this year, the expiring period. So your increase on property is a little bit over 11%. It's 11.09%. The building value increase is 9%. The business personal property is 5% increase. And we talked about the ACV on rough, and so if any of that changes, we can also, that would reflect it in the premium. Your work comp, and I want to go down, down to the bottom of the property, where it has the wind hail deductible of $10,000, and then another option of $25,000, like you talked about, Dawn and Jesse. Declined the differences of what that would be, but we also are going to go ahead and rate that again. We just haven't gotten that back. They told us they should have it to us last week. Now they're saying it's this week, but that can be changed before the renewal period of 1/1. Just to kind of get some different rates of bringing that deductible down.
Why does it take them so long to come back with an answer?
I think that they rate the buildings themselves in general, square footage, all of that, just to make sure that they're in the ballpark of updates and everything. So they go back through all of their documentation information that they have on those buildings and things. You know,
Figured they
Coffee
could
County.
spit that out pretty quick.
I know, yeah. Me too, but they don't. Yeah.
And to add to Angela's point on that, Jesse, a lot of it too is end of the year. We're running into, this is vacation season, people are using PTO, so the insurance companies are dealing with short staffing, so they told us last week, oh yeah, we'll get it to you this week, well then so-and-so's gone, so we kind of run into that domino effect. So only certain people work on the secure account for the county, so we're running into that too.
And that was gonna lead me to my next question is, here we are, I don't remember what day it is, 18th, 19th, something like that. You know, if we said, oh my gosh, this is way too expensive, we wanna search somewhere else, we don't have enough time to do anything different before January 1. How early can we get this for 2020,
Well,
for 2025, I guess that would be? Could
we,
get it- could
we would
have
just
it
have to
December
expedite
1?
and tell them that, you know, we need this by November 1 or what have you. The situation is that they work by each account and the renewal. So a lot of cities, they remarket in April. So their renewal's set in April. So you've got a lot of companies that do the 1/1 factor. So they're renewing January 1. So it's just the load of what that is. Now, if we tell them, hey, look, they now are wanting this no matter what by November 1, so we can do that, that's possible too. But if you were to put it out to look at different companies, which we've done before in the past, and I'm not doing this as a salesperson, I truly am saying, Angie and I have worked multiple times on putting this out to bid, and you have a lot of companies that will say, if EMC is on it, we can't be competitive, just because they specialize in municipalities in the state of Kansas and the midsection. Travelers, they're one of them that we've tried to get them to quote, and they are saying, you know, we can't beat EMC. I'm not just saying that. But I will tell you, because of this hard market and the property values that are going on, EMC is looking at that they are not taking on any new municipalities for the next 3 years because of property. So it's something that we decided that we wanted to move to another company, which we're an independent agent, so we have access to these other markets. We can do that, but we potentially could not. Well, I know we couldn't get back in for 3 years, but it'd have to be after that, put out to market, depending on how long this hard market lasts. This is the hardest market in 25 years that my insurance industry has ever seen. It is extremely difficult. I think in Florida, there's only 3 companies that write home and auto.
Rate went crazy.
Yeah, so it's heading our way. We're seeing it. You've got a lot of companies that are not even writing in the states anymore. So, for example, Nationwide is not taking any new home and auto in the state of Kansas for a certain period of time, and it's just based on losses and rates and what their reinsurance carriers want. It is an extremely hard market, extremely hard.
You know, if I'm looking at this right, our premium's up 76,000 this year.
16%.
And that's over and above getting credit on workman's comp
Correct.
of 60,000.
Correct.
Technically, this hard stuff is up 120,000.
Your property is, yeah.
Yeah, it's up 120. Workman's comp is helping us 60,000.
But again, those are things that the company has chosen to do. The properties that you guys have insured, the payroll that, you know, comes with increases, comes with an increase in work comp, the liability on those things, adding different things to the policy increases the premium.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but the amount, the cost of the renewal, that's all, like for myself, and comparing insurance companies from a trucking company, that cost is set by the company.
Correct.
You as an individual agent, you don't have anything to do with this amount.
Absolutely not.
That's basically all of these, I'm kind of saying this for everybody else's benefit, is if Travelers was going to bid on it, then Travelers sets that bid, and that doesn't matter whether I get that bid from you or from somebody from Ottawa or wherever, that bid's going to be the same.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yes.
So your part of this is built into their cost.
Right.
So you have no
I have
control
no
over
say
what
so.
these are.
Now, there are some agencies that will do like a flat administration fee, and that's when agents have that built-in cost. And we do not do that to you.
Right.
Correct.
I just thought I'd say that, so maybe everybody understood
Yeah,
it
no,
a little bit
absolutely.
better.
Yeah. And so anybody that comes in and says that, it's the same, they're going to use the same exact numbers and the same rate. Companies are required to do their filings with the state, stating what their rate is going to be on autos, on property, based on this. So they have to file those rates. It's not that, oh, we're just doing this to Coffee County, or we're just doing this to XYZ County, or school, or what have you. Those rates are, and they have to be turned in to the state and filed. So you do have the inland marine down on the lower bottom of the page, and then if you turn the page, you will see the changes that have happened on the inland marine, and here it lets you know updates and what has been added and what has been deleted. So that additional 1514, that's prorated by the time that they added it. So if they added on a vehicle, say, the second to the last one, the 2023 grader, it was a prorated amount from June to January. Next is the general liability, and it is a rate increase on the line items. And you'll see the rate from last year versus what it is this year. On the next page, again, it shows you that there are some decreases and some increases on each line item. It does show a summary of the coverages of your violent event, your employee benefits, the employee benefits liability, the unmanned aircraft, what you were referring to, Wade, that is where this is different than what it is for the law enforcement. There's two of them there for the road and bridge, and then you'll see the changes. Next is the crime policy. It stayed flat. And then your commercial auto, you'll see all of the additions, changes, deletions, and you have many additions. When you talk about, the insurance premium going up, you have many additional autos there that have been added. Your workers' comp, down there, your mod factor, like you had stated, 0.81 down to a 0.76, which is highly commendable. And your payrolls have increased on almost every line item, some significantly.
The garbage works, 39,000 to 306,000.
So if an employee, and I don't know specific details on this, Wade, and I can look it up, but if an employee is spending more of a percentage of time doing garbage works, then that's what they're rated in, their payroll. The highest rated work comp class code is what you're going to be rated in, because typically that's where you're going to have your accident, is working in that class code.
That's a huge jump.
And to add to that, Wade, the class codes are also established by a company called NCCI, the National Council of Compensation Insurance. Each year, they can reclassify or they can redesignate how those class codes are used. The garbage one, for example, before, a lot of those employees were included under like the road and bridge department, so where the landfill wasn't separated into its own. With new changes and new regulations, those landfill employees, based on their equipment operation, are now included underneath that garbage classification. So yes, some of those swings are not necessarily due to employees, it's due to the industry rules as a whole. They just change things and reallocate things sometimes yearly. All of that is done and all that's provided by Angie's office. They are doing phenomenal working with the auditors. They send out the reports each year. So, and those payrolls are to the most recent audited term, so that way we have everything caught up, so that way you're not too far behind on payroll.
Bobby, I kind of find that to be a little bit high too, considering we have, I think, two to three guys at the landfill, 3. And then
that's something we can definitely look at and update.
Yeah, I mean, I just.
You'll see a decrease.
Has something.
You'll see a decrease in street and road. So there's a decrease there of almost 250,000.
Okay.
So that's where some of that could move down to that Garbage Works payroll, which is actually a lower rate per 100. But we can dive in more into that class code and look at that.
To make sure
Based
the
off
right,
of those numbers.
right employees are in the right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
kind of feel like that might not be quite right, but,
We can look and see how they rated that.
yeah, I know the auditor is the one that would have done it.
Right. The next page is landscape and gardening payroll. Up at the very top, you'll see the total estimated payroll from the differences of 6.7 to 7.1. Again, your deductible. And then there was an increase in the audit based off of payroll and effective rate change on 2023 was an additional $407. And again, this shows where your discounts are given from EMC. And your linebacker did jump a little bit, but there have been some claim activity on that as well, and rate. Your law enforcement went up, but that is based on rate, and you'll see that. Unfortunately, due to where we're at right now, you see a lot more claims in this department. Cyber data, you'll see that Bobby in here has given an option to increase that coverage to $1 million. Currently, right now, you have $500,000. Aggregate, to increase it to $1 million is an additional $600 if you want to do that. The umbrella, the reason of the increase on the umbrella is because it goes over your work comp, your auto, your linebacker. So if you have multiple claims in that, also your payroll is higher and your newer autos are higher. So that's going to increase your umbrella because it sets over on top of that underlining coverages. So again, it's a 16% increase. Very quickly, I know we can't get into details and I've taken up a lot of time, but that just gives you an overall view of claim history of all lines for 2023. So 44% of your claims were auto, 40% were work comp. And then liability and property were low, they were 8%. And this just gives you a little bit more gross incurred loss, dollar-wise, and what that is, percentage-wise, and as a whole. Nice little graph. And the very last one, and wrapping this up, it gives you a look back at the years that we have, and on 2022, you'll see that there's still 3 open claims there. And one of the huge ones is a liability claim, and that is still open and pending. But we also have some other claims that, I mean, of course, I can't divulge names or anything, and I know that would have to be an executive session to do that. But just that gives you an overall of where you're at on claims for your policies.
Stuff that's still hanging over our head.
Unfortunately. Again, Bobby and I want to extend, any of you are more than welcome. We are open to any of you coming to our office, meeting with us, or having us come up here. We'd love to do that and go over any questions or details that you would want. We're more than willing to do that as well.
A lot of information for the 2 new commissioners to have, but they're used to insurance, I think.
Yeah.
So, no stranger to the game, right?
Yeah.
Other than getting with the respective departments on some age on some vehicles.
We can
I think that's
absolutely
gonna
do
be
that.
A little bit more of a savings, kind of like we did last year.
Well, I brought my comment up about different agents and different companies, because when I first started, you know, you'd have bids from one agent, and then you'd ask another agent for a bid, and they'd say, well, this company's already got Travelers or whoever tied up. Well, I didn't understand that it was going to be the same bid, whichever agent I got from. It wasn't that I wanted to trade agents, I just wanted to make sure I was getting the value. Well,
Right.
you were getting the same bids from the same companies, and it's gonna be the same price regardless whether you had a different agent or not.
Right. And we are the EMC Coffee County agent. So EMC only gives a contract to certain agents in each county so that they don't have multiple.
Yeah.
So we have that here and also in Anderson County.
Very happy to have you. as our
Thank you, I
agent.
appreciate it.
Thank you much.
Appreciate it.
Anything? All right, you guys, thanks so much.
Have a good Christmas.
Thank you,
Merry
yes,
Christmas.
you guys as well. And we'll get those little elves things to you for a little Merry Christmas too.
Okay.
All right,
Thank you.
Bye.
Do you have anybody pressing to blast? Ryan, I know you're up next, I didn't know if we had anybody else pressing that needed to get rolling. We'll just get Ryan. Get up here, Ryan.
Make it as quick as I can.
No, you
Oh, he
So we got a few motions. Didn't have any call-outs this weekend. First motion is just for our 2024 rock beds, to get those prices. So that'd be the first item.
I would strike Nightland LLC off the motion. Harshman only. Alright, rock motion. Based upon recommendation, Road and Bridge Superintendent to approve of county, and approval of county attorney, move to waive purchasing policy as to advertising for good cause, said cause being to obtain formal quotes from all local active rock quarries and to approve the purchase of rock as needed for 2024 from the following quarries: Mid-States Materials, LLC, Nelson, Harshman, APAC, Shears Division, Harshman,
That one needs to go away.
yeah, just Harshman only. Let's see, and then we got, Eagle Creek. Depending on location of the rock is to be used. Funds come from Road and Bridge.
So move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right, thank you. The next one is just upcoming holidays this year for the landfill being closed. I think there's only two that it affects, but
Based on recommendation, Road and Bridge Superintendent moved to approve the requested close the landfill on Saturday, February 17th, 2024 as President's Day, and Tuesday, December 24th, in order to observe holidays. I'll move.
I'll second.
Moved by Knight, seconded by McCurry. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
all right, thank you. Next is our updated table of organization. And basically, the only thing that changed, if you guys have it on page 3, it just kind of shows the assistant supervisor being over the blade crew and the assistant's fleet, and that's just kind of as we've evolved, that's kind of his main role right now, and kind of what he's more in charge of. So this is just bringing this up to date, just reflecting how we're functioning in our
It's not
operations.
changing really anything.
No, not changing anything, just keeping it up to date with how we're set up.
It's a moving target. Motion to approve Highway Department's revised table of organization dated 12/18/23.
I'll second that.
Moved by McCurry, seconded by Thompson. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
I don't know if we need to sign all 3 sheets probably on that one, Jesse.
Is this a motion
Yes.
on this?
That'll be for the next one,
Which one is that?
for the
Oh,
old 50.
paid off one, okay, gotcha.
Do you see those bids?
Yeah.
That hurt.
Oh, man, that was crazy. Next one, so this is a good one. This one's been in the works for a long time, but the project up on Old 50, basically let last week. So that total project cost come in at $3.3 million, a little over. County's responsibility on that's a little over $1 million. You know, a lot of that is the 2-inch overlay they're classifying as maintenance, so that's almost $800,000 of that $1 million that we're having to pay out. But this, Bettis Construction got the bid on that. And so hopefully here before long they'll have a pre-construction and get that set up with some dates in mind, but this is just the next step.
Motion to review and sign KDOT form for authorization to award contract commitment of Coffee County funds for project C16-5122-01 on Old Highway 50 project. Hold on a second. Gotta get my county commitment of funds in the amount of $1,063,000, which are required for matching federal funds for the shoulder widening with contractor of Bettis Asphalt Construction Inc., Topeka, Kansas, for the bid amount of $3,182,728 as a bid received on 12/13/23 for the performance of work covered by the plans for project C16-1522-01. This is a works program from KDOT for high-risk rural as per contract match funds. I will move.
I will second.
Moved by Knight,
Didn't
seconded.
say where the funds are coming from, or did it?
I thought Ryan, no, it does not say where the funds are being paid
Should
from.
say special highway.
Special highway fund?
Yeah.
Funds to be paid from the special highway fund. I thought you said you had it already sitting there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I know it's been earmarked, but I
Yeah.
just hadn't realized it didn't really state good, so.
Okay, moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes.
All right, thank you. Next, have one road permit. This will be for the,
Best they can.
Sign small.
State form.
yeah, there's only 3 lines on that, so.
Small on it.
One road permit, and this would be for Blackberry transmission line, and this is just pertaining to the tree clearing portion of it, and some temporary drives. We've been working on that road use agreement for quite some time. I think we've got basically everything set in place on everything that's gonna be part of that, so Wade's just finishing, putting that together, and we'll get that signed, but we're in agreement with NextEra. Some of the stuff that they'll be reimbursing some costs for the county and some culvert replacements, but I'll go into detail on that at a later date on the road use agreement, but that permit's just to get them started, with the tree stuff. Last thing to discuss is, as we're working in the year-end transfers, getting that information back to Angie. So just the past, road and bridge year-end, we've always put $1,000 into the equipment reserve fund, and then we transfer money into special bridge, special highway. Kind of been preparing for some of these projects we've had this last year, that, you know, the bridges being built, asphalt projects. Right now, I feel that our special bridge and special highway is sitting pretty good for, you know, kind of what we have on our radar and what's coming up. So we're looking at transferring, like $950,000 back into equipment reserve this year, which is substantial for how we've done in the past. With that being said, you know, I would like to see about the possibility of earmarking a portion of that for replacement of an excavator, in the 2024 year. So I think we're looking at around $300,000 to replace an excavator that's really needs to be replaced. So this would be on top of, you know, our equipment budget that we've already got set for next year.
Would that be a trade?
Yes.
Then you'd have one to trade with.
Yeah, I mean, total cost on that would be $300,000, then you could deduct the trade cost, however that would come out. But for budgeting purposes, I just used a purchase price. I didn't figure a trade into that.
I didn't know what they cost.
Yeah, I was expecting it to be more than that, but they said that was good.
That's the reason I asked.
Yeah, I was anticipating 4, and they said no, for the size that we're looking at, for estimating numbers, $300,000 to cover
What
it.
size are you looking at?
The 324, I mean, similar size. I think the new size is a 325. So I know we're getting that information set up to Angie, and that'll be taking place here, the year-end transfers, and so I just wanted to have that discussion now, and hopefully that's a possibility we can work that out, but other than that, that's what I had. If you guys have anything for me, I'll...
Is there any signature place for this road permit, or just FYI road permit?
Just FYI. So.
You know, we did the southwest quadrant of the county on 5 locations on roads
Yeah.
today. When are you gonna do the other?
So probably here at the first of the year.
They got a lot more stuff.
Yeah, the first of the year, the next one will probably be the Northwest. And so we'll start going through the same process there, and I'll sit down and go over that stuff with you guys, and then we'll go through the zoning board, same processes, but after the first of the year, we'll go on with the next phase, next portion, so.
The other 3 quarters have got a lot more.
Yeah.
A lot more places.
Yeah. Yep, so. All right.
Thank you, sir.
You guys have a good week.
Merry
Appreciate it.
Christmas, Ryan.
You too.
Economic Development, Bobby.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I would ask the commission, as you see next on your agenda is a discussion about an RLF line. I would ask that the commissioners put that at the end of the day. Move it to the end. And next on the agenda would be Mr. Bill Machad. I'll just give him a real quick introduction, but I've spoken with, I believe that all of the commissioners about this possible hotel project. Discussion started. Mr. Bill reached out. He was looking for some land to put a hotel in Burlington. And so as everyone knows, one of the things that affects Coffee County is a lot of our commercial areas surrounding in our towns is ate up with vacant property ownerships. That's a separate issue, but in short, we have a tough time finding land. But eventually, Mr. Bill found some right north of the grocery store, Hoover's, and on Highway 75, and I think he's got some of that locked down, but I'll just hand it over to him. I'd like for him to talk to the commissioners about the project and introduce himself. Yeah.
Thank you, Bobby.
Yes, sir.
Well, this is a decent spot, I guess, to be in after insurance and your blood pressure's down a little bit, but I am standing between you and lunch, so I totally get that.
We're getting whipped down.
Yeah. I'm not going to ask you to spend any money today, so this is going to be easy.
Our lunch, we brought our lunch.
Well, like I said, my name is Bill Michaud. This is super convenient for me. I live in Fort Scott. I'm a Kansas guy, went to K-State through their hospitality management school, and I've worked in the hospitality industry in Kansas most of my career. So, real easy, real easy to get over here to Burlington. So this is a good opportunity for me. I have in 2013, I built a sleep-in, 59-room sleep-in hotel in Fort Scott. Kind of a community project, lots of local investors involved in that thing. And I wasn't even opened yet through construction, and the city of Atchison called me because they learned that there was this fool out there that was building, spending a lot of money on expensive buildings in little towns. So I went up to Atchison and developed a Holiday Inn Express up in Atchison. And one of the partners the investors in that project was also part owner of the Quality Inn there in Atchison. So we acquired the debt, and that's my little company. So I'm, certainly not a big time developer from long ways away. I'm a little guy, but and I spent a good part of my career in between Topeka and Tulsa. So I was through your town a lot of times when I was, my family, my son was born in Tulsa, and I was working in Topeka for a little while in transition. So a lot of times through here. So obviously, everybody got the big news in February of what was going to go on in this area, and we started talking to Bobby at that time, and just wasn't sure that this thing was going to come together, what it was going to look like. So we started to do market analysis at that time. And then kind of tapered off the interest and energy on it. The 2,500 people, Fort Scott's 8,000 and Atchison is 12. Burlington's pretty small, but, with all the energy and all the things that are going on here, combined with the concept that I learned early summer, that the STAR bond rules, the legislature has changed the rules relative to STAR bonds. And they used to be that STAR bonds were just for big projects like Legends or, big, huge things, but the legislature changed some rules on those to make them more suited for rural development, communities under 50,000. So that was a kind of a game changer on considering and kind of brought me back to the table to talk to Bobby. So, been working, like I said, since February, March on analysis and figuring out what that thing's going to look like. Got all the equity piece together. So we're in a really good spot to move this thing forward. We're not all the way there. We still have a little bit of work to do. But for this thing to come to life, it's going to be a Coffee County project. It's going to take some participation and some involvement of the commission of the county as well as the city. So 4 months ago, we started I've engaged the Polsinelli law firm out of Kansas City. They do development and negotiations, that kind of thing. This would be my first STAR bond project, so I'll call somebody who knows what they're doing. But the Polsinelli fellows have a really great relationship with Joe Serrano, with your council. So we've engaged with Joe Serrano here for a while. So Joe is pretty in tune with what we've been talking about, what we're doing. And I expect that probably this week, maybe between Christmas and New Year's, we'll kind of put together a little summary sheet of where you guys to look at. Joe will present it to you for you to look at and kind of understand what your involvement or what's needed for you guys to be, to help us bring this thing to life. So just wanted to get in front of you today to face with name. Also wanted to get everybody a business card. I'm not ready to go full bore and go public with absolutely the entire plan. There you go. But I'm certainly happy to engage in a phone conversation if anybody wants to call me and I'll tell you, top to bottom of what we're doing, what we're thinking, what we're talking about, email, anyway. So, I'm an open book. It's just there's certain things that certain roads we can't go down yet until we're at the right spot. So, just want to introduce myself and get that contact information out there. So, all right.
Thank you. Glad to have you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Look forward to seeing you.
I'll leave the light on for you.
Yeah, went Rome Motel's pretty good.
Do you have a thought of a brand of motel?
I was gonna ask
Yes.
that before,
Okay.
but I didn't know.
That's something you don't want to disclose yet either, I'm assuming.
It's a property in the Choice Hotel, Stanley.
Oh, I see, okay.
Okay.
Give me a call.
Okay. All right.
See, I'm just teasing. I'm just here to tease today.
Okay.
We'll
All right.
start the conversation.
Okay. Well, I know Bobby's told me several things that may come along with it. Is that still
Yep,
a possibility?
yep, absolutely.
Okay, all right, good.
Excited. Sadie, you got something for us today, sir?
I just have dessert.
Oh, you just have
Dessert. It's a little thank you gift at the holidays that we like to deliver to our clients who really we enjoy working with and appreciate your support of us. So some chocolates and some cookies, Christmas cookies. And,
Yeah, out there, my pickup's right out there.
I'm gonna put them right there and let everybody wrestle over them, but
We appreciate what you've done for Coffee County over these.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. It's we enjoy working with your team, with you guys, and not only Bobby but Ryan at Road and Bridge, and you guys have a lot going on. It's been a real pleasure to work with you all. So we want to continue to do our best for you into 2024. A couple of things, just a quick update. We hope to have, we had the Long Water Study discussion a couple weeks ago. PEC and us have been working with Midwest Engineering to get that scope and fee proposal put together. We should have something put together to bring back to you after the holidays. We're at the finish line, and we still got to put some numbers to it. We're also once we do that, we'll be able to come back and have a full discussion with you on anything of that matter. So, we got a little bit of a cold, so that's why my voice is a little tender, but the folks have been great to work with, and we appreciate that, your commitment to us as a firm. So you'll continue to see me every couple weeks.
Okay.
Very good.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all right. We'll see you.
Or, say,
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Here we are. Back on schedule again, because Bobby forfeited to the
So
end of the day.
selfless. I'm so selfless.
I mean, we do have our stuff here, we can continue to work if everybody chooses to. If we need an executive roundtable discussion. Wade, how about yourself?
We got lunch here, so.
Yeah, that's what I was meaning. We can grab and go.
We can take a 10-minute break or and roll right into it, because we gotta be back here at 1.
I'll be back here at 1:30.
Oh,
We got stuff yet to
We got
sign?
round table.
Got round table goodies. I think we better keep on rolling.
Sure.
Everybody good? We wanna go through round table, or we wanna go through Bobby? Bobby, you wanna go now?
For Dan?
And then we can continue on with our normal stuff instead of holding it back?
Absolutely.
You,
Good.
you involved in the,
I'm not sure, but I have to hit the restroom.
Oh,
okay.
I was waiting for,
A break?
yeah.
So, thank you, commissioners.
Yeah.
And I don't mind waiting if y'all wanna do anything different. I mean, I'm not rushed.
Did you need an executive session?
No, sir.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I thought
All right.
you needed
I thought you
executive
needed an executive, okay.
Yes, sir. In previous discussion with the commission, there's been a economic development loan proposed, for a business out of New Strong. And that business has, submitted all the proper documentation for review, that has been presented to the commissioners. They have also received, confirmation of approval of financing from a bank. That was, the majority of what they need to move their project forward results in a $350,000 loan with a bank out of
Maple Hill.
Maple Hill, yes. And they are requesting a bridge loan for the unfunded portion from the county of $175,000. In discussion with the commission, even though the project may merit consideration for approval for loan, one of the recent issues the commissioners have been faced with is how to secure the collateral when another bank is involved, when another lender is involved. As a bank, we might have first position on the physical property, which would be the collateral under a normal direct loan situation. The county might consider placing, using another method to secure its collateral by creating a district, which is not foreign to the commission. The commission has done that recently with SSM, where if they default, because the CID is created and the debt is attached to the property, that they can never, no matter who owns the property, ever default on the, well, they can default, but they cannot escape the repayment of that loan to the county. So that was really the majority of the discussion recently in talks with Joe Serrano and Attorney Wade Bowie, County Councilor Wade Bowie. If the commission wishes to approve this loan, generally approve the loan, at some later date, maybe next week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks from now, the county attorney and others would draft a project development agreement and put in place what is necessary to create that CID to give the commissioners ultimate confidence that the loan would be repaid no matter what, that your interests would be protected.
I think it's important that we protect the county and the taxpayers of the county in endeavors like this. And you're not gonna be first on any mortgage type deal, you're on second place. And I think if the way to secure that risk is through a CID or something like that, then that's our next form of insurance.
Yeah, I mean, it basically, in my eyes though, puts us in a first position because the payment is levied as a tax, and then if the taxes are unpaid, just like property tax or any other kind of tax, we'll be the first in line.
Correct, and it couldn't be said any better. That is it in a nutshell.
On the building and equipment, is that correct?
On everything.
On everything.
Do I understand correctly, would it cover the equipment too?
So the CID would not. Let's just be clear about that. CID only secures real estate. And what real estate is hard fixtures. So all the soft fixtures and stuff, yes, unless the attorneys really spell it out inside that project development agreement, anything that can be moved is always loose security.
If it's bolted or screwed, it's just bolted or screwed to the wall. It's part of the property.
Yes, sir.
Bolted or screwed down.
Was there an appraisal on the property completed yet?
Not yet. It is.
It was underway though.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, I think our interest would be pretty well protected by if we have the property, regardless of whatever fixtures we might have control of.
You know, evidently with the bank, Maple Hill, it's got that much confidence in it. I have a hard time not having first position right up front. Be right on. Absolutely need that first position.
Well, you won't get it with the bank involved.
Well, I think but nothing wrong with asking them with the confidence they've got in it, they wouldn't be putting 350 in it. But maybe that's the only reason they're putting 350 instead of 500.
Yes, sir.
Well,
You know, that's,
I think, correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding is that they have a limit that they're able to go, like FDIC restrictions or whatever.
They're underwriting.
But then with the FDIC, we are viewed as a tax, basically. And they know there's going to be taxes with any project, so that's how they're able to go ahead with this loan.
Yes, sir.
Am I?
You're right on.
So what happens if there's a default and there's a bank loan, so that still puts the bank in first position, correct?
But if they want the property, they've got to pay us off.
Oh, I see, okay.
Because we'll be like a tax levy.
Okay.
So we're first in line on the building and the property, any way that I can see it.
Same concept. If you go, if you instruct Road and Bridge to go clean a property up and you levy the cost of that back to the property, same concept.
you know, this must be a fairly small bank, isn't it? If they can only loan 300-some-thousand, it's a small bank.
It is.
It might be, but I don't think that's the reason for the restriction. Restriction is the borrowing capabilities to qualify for that loan.
I've understood, it's not the limit for any company to walk in there at 300, all they can loan 350.
Oh, I don't know that. I do know that the particular loan restrictions from the, that they're working under.
What's the name of the company, or the name of the bank? Yeah, it's at Maple Hill.
I think it's Stockman's.
Is it?
Stockman's or Stockton's, something like that.
Growers.
I mean, I don't know that that's, I don't know how much we're supposed to talk about here. But I don't think that's the case, Don. I don't think it's the maximum limit of the
If that's
bank.
maximum limit.
It's the amount that they're able to loan this customer for the circumstances. but yet they're willing to accept the loan with this CID intact. Because that's a levied tax, not.
They are willing to accept the
Yes, sir.
loan with the CID
That's the
attack.
first question I asked.
So is there a limit? So can they come back and go, okay, Billy's got $400,000 on this loan to us, you got $300,000 loan to you. That's an unfair amount for that building. Is there any way they can come back on that and say this is entirely too much for this piece of property?
I mean, the same scenario you have had in the past year or so, that same situation with people who were defaulted on their taxes. The county position is first when it comes to taxes.
Okay. As long as we're in the blue, I don't care, instead of the black and blue.
So there's an appraisal going on, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so the bank is willing to loan without an appraisal, I mean, as they got.
So they've approved the loan pending certain things happening.
Based on the appraisal?
Obviously,
Just dependent on the.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
If the appraisal comes in way less than what they need it to, obviously that would
Okay.
hinder the deal.
Okay.
Would it happen to be, and I'm not trying to throw a red flag at it, but I'm almost, but would it be that they're highly leveraged in other business stuff, that they're only willing to loan 75%?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know the disposition of the bank. I don't know.
I'd like to know if the business itself is leveraged.
In fact, I'll say this, that they would not be increasing their liabilities, but by about $200,000 in this total deal from what they currently exist. They have a mortgage, for instance, on the property now, but this loan from both the county and this project would refinance that for them. Their liabilities will only be increasing by about $200,000 total.
Even though they're needing 550?
Yes, sir.
550 altogether?
Yes, sir.
Well, I guess to me, our program is set up to help businesses that are struggling with financing. And if we can put ourselves in a position that we're basically first, which we would be on the property if it's levied as a tax, then I think that would be the safest scenario we could hope for under the terms of our program that we have.
Yes, sir.
For this type of loan. I mean, I spent, some time thinking about it, and I can't see, not saying somebody else can't, but I can't see where our much of a risk comes from to us in this scenario.
Wade?
I think waiting until Joe can come in and then sort of iron out and maybe answer some of what appear to be red flags for Don, because I don't want to go too far into somebody's.
No, I don't want to go too far away.
So, and I think we were venturing down that path. So, with waiting, I think my understanding was Bobby was doing what I like to do, planting seeds and giving you a sort of a preview ahead of time, and then once pen gets put to paper, you see things in front of you, then it may make a whole lot more sense, right?
That's fair. Yes.
When we get some figures from appraisal too,
right?
Give us
We know
some
a lot.
idea.
Yeah, know a lot more.
Yeah.
But the mechanism and the answer to some of those questions, if it's designed like the development agreement for SSM, I mean, you have your answers contained within that document. It gives you the boundaries and how the county's protected, and similar to what Joe mentioned on the SSM project, he said up front, if things went south to begin with, the county's exposure would be somewhere near $1 million, and then the further along that project progressed, the exposure became less and less until there was no exposure. So,
Yeah, the good thing here is the building's already built.
right.
You know, so there's something there unless you had loss and it wasn't insured or something. I mean, we'd had the building and the property tied down.
So within that development agreement, that's where those boundaries would be established, so you could actually read what it says and be able to probably have your questions answered within whatever paragraph that is.
Thank you, Commissioner. I just want to remind the commissioners, I know it's always, out of the box. This is something not many counties do. I realize that. But there are a lot who do. Any of the communities that are growing and bustling and hustling, they do the same thing. They bridge the gap and help finance certain projects. But if you look at Burlington, for instance, or Leroy, or any of our communities, Coffee County has historically helped prop those communities up. I don't care. I can name all the businesses in all the cities, whether it's insurance agencies, other staples of our community. The county participated in assisting them at one point or another, almost all of them. Some of them had to crawl up the hard way, but Coffee County is blessed by God to have Wolf Creek in its backyard. And I thank y'all for considering this.
Yeah, thanks, Bobby.
Well, I think it speaks a little bit of the bank's thought on the standing of the situation. If they're willing to take this loan with this CID intact, then that, in my mind, shows that they've got some faith in the financial standing of the situation. Because they're basically a second on the property. That's just my thought process.
I fully understand that.
Well, we got some checks to sign and round table discussion. I don't know where this is gonna take us on. I think we'll fill it up. Okay.
Thanks for coming in, Bill.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I'm probably thinking that the roundtable is gonna have to wait till the end of the day after we get done with our 1:30 meeting, don't you, Wade? Because there's probably gonna be more questions come up after that.
Probably. And I can cover a couple of things
Okay.
right now if you'd like. One, as you probably saw coming in the building, the sod was put down last week.
I noticed that Friday when I come down here, and I thought I was supposed to wait till spring.
Well, and I already have the answer to your comment there because I was prepared for that. So, when I was called and told that the company wanted to come in and put the sod down, I said, all right, I need the answer for that from the people who do it, why it makes sense to do now instead of waiting until the spring. Because I knew somebody was gonna ask, I didn't know who, so I'm glad you. So,
Jesse told us.
yep, so the president of Green Touch Lawn and Tree, his name's Justin Ross, and then Mike Scheller from Scheller were both contacted and coordinated the response, and both had a similar response. Reason for laying the sod in the winter relates to the root system will continue to grow until the ground freezes solid. This gives a stronger base for new growth in the spring and higher success during the hot summer months. So, and I think we're unseasonably warm right now, so that also helped as well. So the decision was made that as long as there's a good reason why it made sense to me, I'm not an expert in that area, and if that's what they say, then I think, that makes the most sense.
But wasn't there a guarantee clause in their contract if it was put in prior to the winter, it was gonna be like, here it is, this is your baby, but if it went till like April 1st, then they would guarantee
I think they've guaranteed it regardless.
they're guaranteed it regardless?
Because it's gonna establish, I mean, with the way it was passed on to me,
Okay.
doing it now actually is a better option than later.
And with the rain we've had tonight, and the snow, and the rain, and,
Yep.
I mean, it couldn't have been better time to do it.
Yeah.
But hindsight's 20/20 too,
Sure.
so.
Yep.
And a person can prolong the ground freezing with your sprinkler system as
Sure.
well. If you wanna manage it and try to give it as much growth time as possible, you can run your sprinklers.
So the sod guys were here and Shellers was here and they worked. And the sod guys wanted to come a day early. Shellers wanted to come a day early. I don't remember which one. But it was time for both of them to be here to work together to then work in concert to get the sod put in.
Okay. Yeah, I was walking in last Friday and I was like,
Is there everything here?
Yeah.
What's that? Huh?
wait a minute. Why do we have grass already?
Yeah.
I sure hope their sprinkler heads are low.
Yeah.
It sure looked to me like something's even above the sidewalk.
Well, I think the sprinklers should pop up
If they
when
pop
they go
up,
back.
and there's more gonna give problems.
Well, yeah. Well, when they come
Some of
home.
the head was above the concrete.
So I don't-
I've never been around a sprinkler system.
Were you contacted too? I can't remember.
Barb called me.
Okay. Was that your understanding as well?
Yeah, she said they, pardon me. Mike with Shellers also agreed to, putting a sod in right now, but the unseasonably warm weather, projected rains and all like that was very, very smart thing to do, so. And kinda like the department head around here, they're the expert in that field, I'm not gonna tell them, you know, hey. So, they say it's a good thing. Kinda gotta believe
Yeah, 'cause they're gonna be the ones you're gonna call when it's time.
when it don't.
Yeah.
Well, with the grass and with the sod already there,
Well, I
you'd
think,
probably have to get down to 10 degrees before it would freeze enough to hurt. But it's gonna keep growing.
got some blanket on it.
Yeah, you got a blanket?
Barb said Shellers could do something to the sprinkler system too, to keep it up and going, and for some reason it did get dry, but with the extended forecast from Legacy, it's supposed to take off rain Thursday and rain till after Christmas, so. No?
Yeah, it's supposed to be something, it's not. What else you got, Wade?
Well, that's number one. Number two, as a part of the installation, there's one small little section that looks like, on the rock border, that it may have been compromised. And if you walk out the door, immediately look to the left where it's that planter area, I don't know what else to call it. A couple of the rocks are flipped up. If you remember, those get glued down, or they were glued down. So I haven't had a chance to troubleshoot that just yet, but it may lead to a conversation.
Installing the sod caused an issue with the,
Correct.
with the retaining wall.
Correct.
Have they been notified of it yet, that there is possibly an issue?
I'm not sure. We have pictures from that day, and
I would notify them as soon as possible.
so, yeah. The bill hasn't been submitted for it yet, so we can deal with that.
Well, but notifying them that somebody done something.
Sure.
It was not like this. I would much rather do it now
Yep.
than, oh, well, we got your bill here, you guys messed
Right.
up $2,000 worth of a retaining wall,
No, you're,
kinda after the fact.
no, you're right. River City was here on Friday. Warren, Ryan, and, let's see what we got here. Cole. Warren is the main superintendent, and then Ryan and Cole. Ryan is the guy who was here before. Those are gonna be the two that sort of alternate back and forth, being the local project superintendent manager. They were here, actually, they delivered that food tray, but they indicated, they were dropping off, and you'll see in the notes, the performance bond and payment bond, which obviously is required, and that's on file in Angie's office if you wanna take a look at it, or anybody on the outside wants to take a look at it, because obviously that's a big deal for that type of project. The insurance documents are in transit, they indicated. They were on their way from their corporate office in Illinois or wherever, and they should be here anytime now, and those will go on file with Angie and the clerk's office as well once they're received. There are some additional documents. I received an email last Thursday, and for the Coffee County Offsite Parking Improvement Project, part of the project, these are the record drawings and Kilos Construction warranty statement. The warranty statement, so you know, Kilo Construction warranties our work for the work completed on the Coffee County Off-Street Parking Project for 1 year starting August 24th, 2023 until August 24th, 2024. So if you want to pass that around. I didn't print it off. I didn't think it was something that needed to be printed off.
Save some new trees.
Yep. The next thing is, and I'm not sure if Angie has it, River City Construction application for payment number 5. Payment number 5 is the final payment application for the Coffee Off-Site Parking Improvement Project. And it has that.
The 91,000?
Yes. It's for $91,496.97. Is that something you had on your list?
I just had it with me.
Okay.
In case.
So there's a breakdown where it comes from, what's been paid so far, and it also includes the billing for the retainage, and I think that was part of the some of the work that was completed after the project was complete, and it absorbed the $10,000 retainage that they had built within, so there's not an additional bill for that. But it breaks down in the last several pages, the additional change orders and what the total of the project is. So I'm just going to pass it around. It's the original email that came to me, came to Angie and the sheriff. It also came in December 14th. I'm just going to pass it around because that's...
So this is still what's owed, is that right, Lee?
So, we don't need to do anything. He, Justin needs to sign this, doesn't he?
Yes. That's the... I think that's included in that.
Oh, okay.
So just take a few minutes to look at it. I just wanted to bring it up, and then after you've had a chance to digest it, I don't think it's any new information, just formalizing what's occurred to this point, and then requesting the final payment is what it comes down to.
I think most of it's retaining one change order, I think, one or two.
The next part of River City, if you go out to the west parking lot and you look at the trees on the north end of the parking lot, you'll see bullseyes painted on them. Those bullseyes mean that they are going to be not there for much longer. That is where River City is going to put their trailer office, whatever you want to call it. That should be coming in fairly soon. They're going to put it in, my understanding is in the grass. They've already contacted the city. The city has given them the green light according to what they told me. And that's where they're going to start. For planning purposes, they indicated to me they believe that somewhere around January 8th, which is a Monday, need to plan on being ready to grab some shovels from somewhere, go out and have the official start of the turning of dirt. And then from that point, they're going to mobilize, and they're mobilizing, but that's when they'll be ready, I think, to officially kick off the digging into the parking lot.
Does Barb know the trees are gonna be gone, or is those city trees, county trees? Can they be moved?
I think they're mature enough that moving them would be a problem. And I think Warren indicated to me he let Barb know. And Barb may have taken the rest of the day off, I don't know. But
she loves her trees.
Just FYI, that's why the bullseye's there. Unfortunately, part of the reason why they have to come out is they're going to be putting part of the, I don't know whether it's water, sewer, something under the ground there, and they have to come out. They're not just being moved to put a trailer there.
Oh.
There's earth under the ground that has to be moved to build the infrastructure for the jail. So, at some point in time, and it doesn't have to be now, I'll need to request between at least 2, possibly 3 short executive sessions. I don't know if you want to do it now.
You got an hour.
Got an hour for that one.
So,
Wait till he's done.
so executive session number 1.
Give us a couple extra minutes to get down there. Make a pit
10
stop.
minutes, myself, the board, non-elected personnel, and employee evaluation performance.
I'll start move.
I'll second it.
Moved by me, seconded by McCreary. 10-minute executive session, board and county councilor. We will enter at 12:38 for 10 minutes. It's 12:32.
Need to vote.
Oh, all in favor?
Aye.
Enter at 12:38.
Enter at 12:38.
Okay.
Alright. Pretty good beating, isn't it, Wade?
It is. So no action, I guess.
Pretty hard to beat cheese and stuff.
No action taken on last executive session.
There's another tax statement, they have issue with it. But,
Do we need to
yeah, there's a
approve it?
motion up there.
Oh,
I have it below the second executive session. I'll move it up. Oh, hold on.
That's pretty good quality. I didn't have to ask them.
There, it's right below your last executive.
I think I'll keep it in my desk drawer.
Yep. We got two more tax abatements here totaling 300 and, now where'd you go? No, there it is. $366. Motion reads, move to authorize director chairman to sign two tax abatements in the amount of $366.
Who they are or what are they?
Scott and Gary and Julie Scott, Hartford, Kansas. We don't have any reasonings.
Existing sewer lines were capped.
Remove special assessment for non-existing sewer. That's what it's for.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
That's one of them, what's the other?
Both of them.
Oh,
Both of them are the same. Moved by McCray, seconded by Knight. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
Here's the note.
Oh. Oh, sorry, I'll give you a folder back.
Speaking of that, I have not got my tax bill yet.
It's this end of the month, isn't it?
22nd
Oh.
or 20th or something. Yeah.
Soon.
What's that?
I haven't got my tax bill yet.
Oh, you should have got 2 weeks.
I haven't got anything.
Lucky you.
Wouldn't bet on it.
Consider paid in full.
I bet they could tell you how much you owe.
Mhm.
Well, I got a utility bill and I got a late fee.
I got mine on the 20th, I got mine on the 20th.
More waiting?
Executive session number 2 for 10 minutes. Myself, the board, this one is going to be under attorney-client privilege. The topic has to do with an outstanding or
Thank you again, Mom.
legal advice relating to a county contract that may result in litigation.
Ten minutes, right?
Also moved.
Second that.
Moved by Meeks, seconded by Thompson. Any discussion? Here, no discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. We will enter at 12:56 for 10 minutes. It's 12:54 now, it just changed.
Going fast.
Yeah, going fast, unfortunately.
I need to get a move on.
Yeah, we need to. There's.
We heard the fact that they're from downstairs.
Stu, time for one more.
My sugar level's gonna be better.
I'm
tonight
gonna-
with exercise.
Hold on for now.
For the fourth?
I think we're gonna have some people rolling in here pretty soon.
Can we do that?
Yep. Do what you want.
There we go.
We got the gift certificate, and I'm gonna have you guys sign one original, and then I'm gonna make copies of it in
Okay.
color. So if you guys would sign that, and we'll get the chamber buckets that was out and squeeze.
Okay. We'll take a break until 1:30 here and move it.
I thought you worked really good
Over
there.
here.
I suppose you want really good penmanship, is that right?
Yes.
Too late already.
I would like you to get it signed as soon as possible because I've been sitting here going, I'm gonna ruin that somehow. I thought I was gonna ruin it with food, but it ended up being water.
Now we got plates.
You wanna get the copies, man, quick, you know?
Yeah.
Personalize it with a smudger too.
Yeah.
Dip your finger in the salsa and put
Right.
a thumbstick on it.
You can even read the last part of it. Normally, I don't do that. You might get to the last part of the conference.
That's what I do. Yeah, right.
I'm bored by that. Enough time on this. Get waited around here without any teeth.
I know.
Hang on it.
I was like, I gotta get this done.
We'll take a 10-minute break, come back at 1:20. Ten-minute break till 1:20. All right, it's 1:20. We're back. Sign more Kipper, whatever. Kipper. Ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. We're sitting here silently waiting.
Do you wanna know about local government day? January 24th.
January 24th, local government day.
Yeah. If you guys are interested in attending,
Where's it held at this year?
it's gonna be at the KAC office and the Beacon, 1 to 7 p.m.
You must not expect big crowd, it's all down at the office.
And the Beacon, whatever that is.
Where's that at?
Yeah, to be
Oh,
And when is it, Andy?
January 24th. What is the Beacon? That's what I thought, maybe, yeah. Oh, it's an event venue.
Yeah, that
Downtown.
changes it. It's on Wednesday.
So it must be somewhere near KAC. 420
I'm
Southwest
not sure
Ninth.
where KAC's at it.
Didn't have it on here.
wonder if they'll announce the Kansas new tag at that point in time.
Hmm.
Did you guys hear somebody submitted a design after the deadline that everybody liked better?
Oh, yeah, it's probably is all over. I don't know how many times I've mentioned Laura Kelly in the comments, so.
Which do you prefer?
I like the buffalo one.
Yeah, I like
The wheat
it
and
too.
the buffalo,
Good
yeah,
one.
that's the best one. Supposedly there's a petition going around right now to have it. I think the deadline for voting was last Friday.
I like the one with the Kansas swing.
Dawn at 7:15.
For blends all the letters in it.
There's some pretty creative ones out there, aren't there?
That's right.
Better that than the black and yellow one, though, with the heavy colors.
I first thought it was New York.
Oh, yeah.
But I never thought about Missouri.
Yeah.
Try to keep a couple of floors of the docking building. I was by there the other day, and that's pretty obvious, that ain't happening. Taking her down to the ground.
They was gonna build it back.
The old docking building,
Yeah.
tearing it down.
Yeah, it's.
Man, there's some beautiful granite in that place.
Oh, I
Then they
couldn't.
took it down the riverbank and dumped it, now they gotta dig it out.
Really?
I couldn't see nothing.
That happened here about 3-4 months ago, they had to dig it, hauled a whole bunch of that granite down there.
Kinda looks like to me it would've stood another
They got it
50
there.
years.
I guarantee you.
Four loads full of that.
Good day. All right, we're not here for our 1:30. We go ahead and start. Looks like everybody here that's supposed to be here for 1:30?
I'm not expecting anybody else, but Wade can probably, sure.
And Wade Howell is gonna try to join that Zoom call.
Yes, okay.
Then I guess we better wait till 1:30.
Yeah.
That's what I will.
I'm on Zoom, but there's nobody there yet.
I'll ping him.
Well, we are a little bit early.
Sam Green, I just had two of you.
Oh, yeah, we can.
Oh, okay.
There he is.
Did he jump up? Did he jump on me?
Yep, he's on there.
Oh, sorry, I looked at my stick of the pin.
This kind
Huh?
of based on.
Well.
His eyeballs are lit up. Who do you?
Don't move, don't say anything.
Yeah.
Front center.
Yeah. Sit still and be quiet.
Gotta love technology.
Yeah. I want that camera to catch.
Your voice
We
is
put the black over the eyes.
This probably scares you.
We'll do this so we can.
He entered the waiting room.
Yep, I'm just making sure all the settings are where they need to be.
I did my first Zoom meeting, I think it was last week sometime.
First one.
First one ever. I felt pretty high tech.
We have a system at work, and then another customer has another one, and then there's also Zoom, and so every time I'm using one of them, I have to remember where the different settings are.
Mm-hmm.
They're all different.
Oh, well, can you hear us?
Oh, well, he's traveling today, so he's on the road. Wants to join for sure. He might be a little sketchy, might come in and out, so told him to listen in or see if he can join too.
I just want to make sure he can hear us. You have a way of checking with him to see if he can at least hear us?
Yep.
We mess up his phone call. We mess up his.
He's intended to be,
Oh, he's not there now.
not traveling today, but, so his daughter had a cheerleading competition. They got pushed until like midnight last night. So
Mm.
they're driving back today with his family.
He was waiting to be let in, but I guess he knows.
Might be a bit of a lane.
There he is. Somebody else he was.
I have dialed in as opposed to going on cellular data.
That probably, that looks like the way to go.
Usually it's better.
I can hear noise. Must be a car. Sounds like going down the road.
He says he can hear us.
Okay.
You can't hear us?
You wanna say something about that?
Hello, can you hear us?
I can hear you guys. Can you hear me okay?
Now we got your stereo.
Now we got you in stereo, you're echoing.
I gotcha.
All right, I'll go on.
Okay.
There we go.
All right, we'll start our 11:30 Burns McDonald County Councilor Wade Bowie work session. Review the proposed program manager agreement.
So, I guess I'll start out, and then Sam and Burns and Matt can jump in. Effectively, behind the scenes, we've been working on the program manager agreement between Burns and Mack and Coffee County. And some of the questions that many of you had early on was based on what additional money will this county need to expend to make this happen? When will some of the other entities, specifically TEM or any of the other entities who are involved, when will they have to come to the table and start helping the financial burden the county has in place at this point? And before we get to that point, the conversation was had several meetings ago about the Beto property the county purchased and the infrastructure needs of that property and what that would look like. And I think Charles mentioned before that meeting concluded that when the county purchased that property, the county became the master developer. So at this point, with the assistance of Burns and McDonald, I think that initial phase of developing the property, what does that look like moving forward, whether TEM or any other entity decides they want to be involved in that industrial park, purchase property from the county to go vertical. This is the initial phase that needs to occur. So this is, and correct me if I'm wrong, what would be considered the master agreement between Coffee County and Burns and McDonald, and then any other agreements would be called the ITAs that will have specific tasks that will be completed as a part of that. So I think there are some example ITAs just to kind of satisfy your curiosity if you have any. The same agreement would then be presented to TEM, and both would have a similar agreement. We're just first in line at this point. So with that being said, I think either Sam or either of you may be able to talk about it a little bit more in depth. I will put it up on the screen so you can go through and see some of the provisions. Myself and Sam have been working with Burns and Mack for several weeks on language and going back and forth with attorneys, and I think we're to the point where it's ready to be presented to this board. And ultimately, just so you know, by entering into this particular agreement, there is no financial consequence for the county at this point. That would be set forth in any of the ITAs that would follow, and you'd have an idea when that occurs what the financial compensation package would be in each individual ITA, and you guys can probably explain what those look like and what that means better than I can. So I don't know who wants to.
Yeah. So as Wade indicated, each company, so Burns McDonald and the TEM or Burns McDonald, one of the other companies that's going to be located there, as well as Burns McDonald and the county, is going to have kind of an overarching agreement. Sometimes we call it like a master services agreement. It kind of sets the commercial ground rules, but it doesn't include with it payment or deliverables or tasks being performed. Those are done, like Wade said, as separate tasks that get authorized underneath of each of those agreements. What's also important to us is that each of these agreements that get made be comparable enough that it avoids having risk that's either not covered or overlapping between parties. And so what it means is it's important for us to have the commercial terms in place with the multiple parties. And as Wade said, starting with the county here is where we are today. And then there will be tasks that get authorized for each of those, and they'll look a little bit different for each party, be it the county or one of the companies that's developing one of the lots at the site. And we don't have them ready for review and approval, but the first tasks that we have envisioned here is each party will have a task for program implementation, which is setting up the cadence for reporting, meetings, all the kind of the rules of execution for each of the projects. We want those to be aligned with one another, so everybody's using the same rule book. The reporting is all coming in the same format, the same level of detail, that sort of thing. And then there's a separate task order that would be specific to the county, which is kind of developer assistance services. That would be anything that can only be done by the developer. And that's a relatively small task in the grand scheme of things, but so what we're envisioning is that the first two tasks would actually be at the same time. One of them would be developer-specific services, and then the other one would be working on implementing the program for development of the property. And I don't believe yet that we've come through between the different parties of how that's going to get divided between the different parties as far as payment. Because if it's a single program execution plan, program management plan, it can be the same for all parties. And so we'll work together with the team to determine the best way that the cost of that gets divided up. And different ways would be as agreeing on percentages of the effort or including it in. There'll be a separate development agreement that I think Sam is working on. And that's really just between the county and each of the companies that's going to locate at the site. And so those development agreements can also include how the payments get made for different services, whether they get made by the developer, meaning the county first, and then included in the purchase of the land, or if it's agreed that those get paid directly by each company. So that still has to happen. But what we wanted to do today is talk about this program management agent agreement, which doesn't include the tasks yet. It doesn't authorize work or payment or compensation, but what it does allow us is to take those terms and conditions to the other parties, starting with TEM, and say, okay, now we need to negotiate this with yourself. Both parties are aware that this is the agreement in place with the county. We want something similar with the company, so that then it allows everybody to the same table to start talking about the different tasks. And some of those developer services also allow us to evaluate existing contractual relationships with all the various parties that will have a stake in the development of the site, not only just the companies that will be located there. So hopefully everything I said makes general sense. It's unfortunately, well, it's good right now that we're kind of getting started with just kind of an initial step, but it also makes it a little bit more vague as far as specific tasks. We can certainly talk about what we envision for tasks in these first two orders, but we're not asking for approval of any of that today. So, Sam, I don't know if I covered that well enough. Or...
I think you did.
Okay. What's your time frame on the next 3, 4, 5, 6 months? Where's your goal to be at 6 months?
So, I think that we've talked, we've spoken earlier that there's some expectations that the first company locating at the site is gonna need to meet both with the county as far as this development agreement, but then also with the CHIPS Act, Department of Commerce folks. And so initially we'll be helping them to understand that better. But what I will say is that the timeline has sort of been in Commerce's hands as far as getting that response. We're glad they have responded. I believe it's about 2 months after when it was expected. And right now it's kind of an initial set of questions. It's not a full response. And so I think given that, the timing of their response not matching what was the original expectations, it does make it hard to answer that. But what we're proposing is that our initial services would be for, I believe we said 120 calendar days, which is about 4 months, during which time we believe it would allow our team to meet with all of the stakeholders, develop kind of a matrix of who's involved and who's doing what, and then establish some of these initial development services.
4 months from September 30 or 4 months from now?
It would be 4 months from when the first task is executed, which is sometime after today. It'll probably be in January, and we'll come back and say, okay, we've met with the first company, Bobby, and we've agreed on commercial terms with them, their initial needs, and what's going to be in their first task. And at that point, we'd say we recommend starting work on this first task with the county. So hopefully we'll have some of that information on timing better in hand before we actually ask for release on that first task. We would certainly like to get started as soon as possible. We know that the county has a lot of questions. We know that all of your different partners that you're working with, from utilities and other things and regulatory agencies, they're going to have a lot of questions, and that development services will help with that. But we also recognize that there's multiple parties that all kind of need to move forward together. And so we want to make sure that we're not getting too far ahead of time to where 4 months go by and the other parties that needed to come online haven't done so yet. So we want to make good use of the time that we do work on it. So we need to make sure everybody else is prepared to come online. So by getting the base agreement, this program management agent overall services agreement, by getting that in place, it allows us to go to the other parties to get theirs in place, at which time we'll be kind of off and running on drafting, finalizing the first tasks, which we've taken a stab at based on our understanding of the project. And like I said, we have drafts available, but they're not really ready for review and approval today. But I think we've got a pretty good start to be able to start conversations with the other parties, because the point you've got today and where you guys are at is you don't want the county moving forward alone without having some commitments from other folks and some better understanding on their timeline, knowing that they're dependent on other parties like Commerce. And so using the time after today to better develop those timelines and understand their position, I think is going to give your folks more visibility to how this is going to move forward, so that you're not being asked, I guess, to continue on as the sole party that is moving the ball forward. And not to say the other parties haven't done their part. They've submitted an application and are getting initial responses. So we intend to help them respond to that as well, and one of those is getting their piece of one of these agreements in place. So I think the timing is good. It's certainly later than we all expected, and we're going to have to keep an eye on those responses, because what we don't want to do is spend a bunch of money, have a bunch of meetings, develop a bunch of work product, and find out, okay, well, during the course of time we were doing that, nothing else happened. Nobody else did anything. And so we want to make sure we understand their timelines and see some of these other agreements in place. And this development agreement, I think, is going to be important, of having that at least in an initial draft format and an understanding of the execution timeline for that. I think that will help better understand the county as well as ourselves on is our timeline aligned? Because as program management, we don't set the timeline, we have to match it. So we need to understand that and set our cadence appropriately. Because what we don't want to do is somebody needs to put shovels in the ground and we don't have the documents ready for them to monitor and control. But we also don't want to get all of that planning done without understanding the scope of services better. So we're already getting a better idea on timeline of the different parties.
But the more aggressive you are, isn't that going to, won't that send the right message to them to try to keep up a little bit?
To a certain extent, yes, but we don't set the timeline for Commerce.
But you don't want to get too...
Right. They're kind of the 800-pound gorilla, and so the rest of us are somewhat responding to their timeline. But I think all parties, the county, TEM, Burns McDonnell, all of us want to be as responsive as we can without, I guess, staying up late, sitting by the phone and waiting for it to ring. Because that causes everybody to expend funds and effort in a way that isn't helping move it forward. So, but yeah, no, I agree. That's part of what our role will be, is once this is moving forward, if inputs are needed from different agencies or entities, we'll be the ones bird dogging them, giving them deadlines, letting them know, and then also understanding those dependencies of when do we need their response by in order for everyone else to be able to stay on schedule. Because whenever you give somebody a task or you say, I need a document or I need a bit of information, they're almost always going to ask, when do you need it by? And you need to have that answer for them. And so we would be helping with that as well. It's all that input information, understanding the criticality of the timing on it. Because what we're also seeing here is, we were talking with Carl on the way in, is, okay, increased water capacity needed, and, you know, when's it needed, when do they need to get started? You almost got both parties asking each other questions of, when do you need the water, and when do you need me to answer that question in order for you to have it ready for me on time? So putting all of that into a master schedule for the developer, we think is important to be able to show that if something does change, how does that affect the rest of the schedule? But that, to be honest, that's not exactly why we're here today, but hopefully it helps kind of outline how we see our role. But the first part would just be getting this base agreement in place, which allows us to negotiate the agreement with other parties, get everybody on the same page, and then begin developing these initial tasks for each party. And we'll come back to you with those. We'll understand the timing and the budget and the scope of services specific to each task. And they can be as small or as large as they need to be. The 4-month was our understanding on a comparable project, how long it would take to get the base framework in place. Knowing that right now we're not seeing urgency of that activity because we're all kind of waiting for the other shoe to drop. The minute that it does, everything becomes urgent. And so it's a timing guess of when do we start the planning phase, and we're going to have everything in place when that other response comes in and we're off and running. So hopefully it's a non-answer on when do we have to start by and when we have to finish by, but it's kind of our thought process of how to answer that question as the information comes in.
It still gives us some, you know, can't think what I want to say, it still gives us a better response of what you're thinking about, what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Time frame.
Right. And it's all dependent on all the stakeholders coming with the needed information and time. And so that's one of the things we'll have to put together, is that initial meetings with the stakeholders, initial list of them and what the inputs are needed, and then the timing for when that's needed, as well as they're going to have needs from us that we'll be collecting from other parties. So.
And I believe one of the things Commerce asked for was agreement signed by the parties to be sent back with their most recent series of questions.
Right.
So that would include, I would assume, the county and TDM.
Yeah, I would expect that they, I don't have the list written down here with me today, but I think there were several parties that they needed to have commitments in place with. And I think this would help us get closer to responding affirmative to that, which would allow Commerce to complete their review. I will say the fact that they came back with those requests of saying, show me these agreements, it's certainly not a no. And it kind of gives you the impression if you answer the call, if you give them what they're asking for, that it speaks positive for their eventual full response. So that's positive, even though it doesn't give us the full answer yet today. We'd originally expected some time ago, but it's nice to know that they looked at it and they asked questions that indicated that they had done more than a cursory review. And the questions were of a nature that kind of makes you think that if you give them what they're asking for, then they're more likely to come back. But to be honest, that's from the outside looking in. There's other folks that put those together. But it's nice to hear that they've got that kind of dialogue with Commerce now.
So how do you get an agreement with some, let's just say Fleming Construction, say they're going to be the security company that's going to build the building.
Mm-hmm.
How do you get an agreement with them when everything's subject on the federal CHIPS money? Do you put in there if, when, do you put wording in there like that? Upon receipt of CHIPS money, we will contract with Franklin Construction, blah, blah, blah. I mean, because a lot of people, you get an agreement, they want check in hand,
Yeah,
you know, so I mean, it's all gotta be contingent upon
right,
the grant, the funds.
yeah.
So how do you ever write an agreement with somebody that's contingent on receipt of the CHIPS Act funds?
I'll say it can be done, but Sam, you may have a more straightforward answer than that.
I mean, it could be done, but I think we're trying to lay the groundwork right now so that when we get notification of an award, we have the groundwork in place so that all those things can happen as quickly as possible from there.
Okay.
I would not anticipate a lot of contracts being entered into, you know, contractors yet.
Well, but that's what I understand, the department of, the money people are wanting this information. Where is your contract between X and X? Where is your contract between X and Y?
And that might be from TEM's perspective, but not from the county, so.
Right, not
Yeah.
from the county, but I mean, I'm speaking from a company that would be landing there.
Yeah,
How do we produce this upon receipt of your funding, we will enter into this contract?
That could be as simple as a letter of intent.
Mm-hmm.
And we have done, like we talked here, with each agreement will have the overall base agreement. So we've agreed on terms and conditions, we've agreed on rates, which is, gosh, it's usually 90% of a contract is all of those commercial provisions. It don't say anything about a dollar or a deliverable. And so that can all be executed without anybody making those full commitments. But if some commitments do need to be made, then we could have an initial draft and say, okay, upon this and this, based on this estimated time frame and this estimated scope, both parties agree to execute. Now, what that means is you get an out. So if, for example, the response comes outside the expiration of that time frame, or the scope changes significantly, then the parties would have to come back to the table. So, for example, if TEM is expecting a certain amount of dollars from Commerce, or a range, then an agreement could be based on the response being in that range, and if it falls outside that range, then the parties would have to make reasonable attempts to modify the agreement to be appropriate for the response they received. So it's not quite as binary. It's very difficult to just pin it down when you don't have all the information. But it is enough to say, okay, I got my response, it's within this time frame that we agreed, it's within this dollar amount that we agreed, and the scope hasn't changed, so let's fill in the dates and execute the agreement. And that's been done before, at least in my business. You like to have all of those known, but I told Wade, even on the overall base agreement, sometimes I have a hard time getting my head wrapped around it without knowing the full scope of all the tasks, because sometimes we'll work with a customer and they're like, we want to work with you together, let's get a base agreement, we don't know what we're going to have you do, so then you're trying to negotiate terms with a hypothetical project in mind. I would say this current situation has a lot more of the information in place. We just don't have all of it. We've got a good idea on the scope of the initial project, got a good idea on what that means as far as footprint, costs, overall schedule and timeline after that start date. And, they've asked for a certain order of magnitude of funding from Commerce. And so there's quite a bit of information there to get everybody to move it to the next step. But we may get to that step and then have to wait, is all, until that information comes in.
and I think that's what Commerce is looking for, right, is just some confidence to say, here's a bunch of money. Don't just pick up the phone at that point and you're making the first phone call to see, do I have some people that'll do this work for me?
Right.
You've already got some initial memorandum of understanding or letter of intent that says, if and when this happens, you define those terms, like Matt's saying, that when that check comes across or Commerce says, hey, you guys got the money and get going, it's not a scramble to try to figure it out. That's why this agreement today we're talking about lays the groundwork for us to get a lot of this in place to get the 90% of the T's and C's to, be able to allow us then to write a task order specifically for the scopes of work at that point, which will be really straightforward at that point. Getting this finished first allows us to be able to receive and give the confidence to the Department of Commerce also that you have the right players that can manage this process for and with you, as well as the other companies do as well. And those letters of intent and memorandums of understanding are easily got, the off-ramp on those is pretty straightforward oftentimes, but it does give somebody the confidence to say, yeah, they've actually made some phone calls to get the right players, these are credible companies to do this work with us. As compared to, I'm guessing, in some applications, you guys are a lot further down the road than a lot of the semiconductor chips funding that's out there. It's a hope and a dream for others that haven't made the phone calls and haven't reached out the way you guys have connected everything so far. And they're just trying to like weigh those one versus the other, who's got their act figured out, right, of pulling the trigger on this thing, so.
Yeah, I think the risk that those questions are trying to avoid is, okay, we got the money, Burns and McDonnell, go. Oh, well, I don't have the people during this time frame, or I'm not in that business sector, I don't have interest in it. No, we've already committed. We have interest, we'll make people available, provided that it happens within a certain schedule. The financing folks, okay, we're ready to move forward with this project, we need your approval for the funding. Oh, well, we just ran the pro forma and we realized it doesn't work. We're not interested. Commerce is trying to avoid those. I mean, they're pretty big risks if you haven't addressed it. We believe that TEM has addressed those risks. Commerce just wants to see the signature on there. The financing folks have stated that the financing works and it'll be in place. We're obviously interested and committed to the project and happy to support it. We know that the contractor's in the same situation. Commerce just wants to see everybody, I think, sign up to that and agree to it in writing. So I think it's a reasonable expectation for them for that, knowing, you know, even though we all know that it's not a 100% commitment. It's a company saying, I will be ready to support this project with the following services as long as the answer comes in within this time frame and, you know, this shape and size. So.
I've been able to sit in on some of these meetings, and the way I'm understanding it is we've got questions of, okay, if it's whatever the dollar amount is to get water there, you're gonna help us get that answer, and you're gonna help us define who's paying for what percentage of what, and the grants that come with it, or whatever. Am I correct in that?
Yeah, at least a portion of that we would be doing, partly kind of acting as your agent, getting the right parties to make the right commitments. And, you know, it's also going to include the folks buying lots at the site and agreeing on, like we even said, an arrangement on compensation. Does it get rolled into the cost of the land? Does the cost get divvied up and paid as it's incurred? Is there a buyer pay agreement with the utilities? All of that needs to be understood. And kind of as a developer, the county has a role on that, whether you're actually making commitments to develop any of that or not. It's coordinating with all the stakeholders to make sure that the different parties that have to do things are getting the right commitments from the other parties. And even if the county is just the quarterback, getting everybody, okay, do you have your agreement in place with the water district?
Yeah, help us call the plays.
Right, yeah, and some of the agreements the county may not even be a party to, but certainly has an interest in confirming that they take place, and that, you know, again, like if I'm gonna locate there and I go to the water district to make a commitment to pay for that, you as a developer are gonna wanna know that, because it means that now they're in agreement to develop that portion of it. Somebody else is in agreement to help pay for it, and that certainly has a big impact on the site. And some of them may have that happen that way, and some of them may get paid for by the developer and rolled into the cost of the land. A lot of that hasn't taken place yet, but there's been a lot of talk about it, a lot of discussions. And I think getting all that organized and arranged, and again, understanding the time frame is the last thing we want to do is light a fire under a utility to put a utility in the next 12 months if it's not going to be used until 36 months from now. We need to understand those need dates. We need to understand the execution time frame so that we're not moving too fast or too slow.
The other part of it is to have Burns and Mac and the Burns and Mac team the point. And what I mean by that is all of the information that has to do with anything with the development of that site, that property, the coordination between the county and TEM and Commerce, that anything to do with it is put in their hands, and they have the direction from this board to contact anybody who's involved, and they get to go out and say, finance people, give me what you have, tell me what you have. whoever it is who has anything to do with water, electric, all of the above, so that they can make educated decisions and advise the county on what needs to happen instead of, for lack of better wording, it being piecemeal here. One person has information here and it's not disseminated across the board the way it needs to be. That's part of what they'll do, bring them on board, and they're the, what I call flight control.
Yeah, a good example would be this development agreement. Burns McDonnell is very unlikely to be a party to that agreement. And there'll be multiple development agreements with the different entities, but we're gonna need to know, is it in place, and who made what commitments to whom, and which of those is it our job to enforce and track and report on.
And it's a good deal. I think it's what we need. Wade worded it the best, but, you know, there's just too many if, what's, where's, and why's, and you gotta help us get all that lined up.
Yeah, there's gotta be somebody in charge
That's
where
right,
all
that-
the information comes to.
Everything would come into you, and then you would convey that to us, is that correct?
Yeah, the idea would be is that we would aggregate it and report it
Right.
in a standardized format.
Sure.
Knowing initially here, you know, you're standing it up. I mean, to be honest, we still got some educating of ourselves to do, which is part of that first task.
Right.
Is understanding each party and their, what are their requirements, what are their needs. But then eventually we'll hit a cadence where hopefully there's some yellow iron up there and design execution going on. And at that point, we would be reporting on progress status. And so I can't remember the specific terminology, but it's basically saying we've got the implementation phase, and then we've got the monitoring and controlling phase. And we would be reporting throughout, but once it's monitoring and controlling, the reporting is there's less effort for us overall over a longer period of time to provide these standardized reports. But the implementation phase is important because it's committing all of these parties. For example, if the county has a development agreement with somebody, they're going to want that other party to report progress to them. And not in whatever format or level of detail that other party chooses, but in one that's agreed together between the two parties of the agreement. And so if we say it's not enough detail, and somebody says, oh, well, that's what we agreed to, it should be written in black and white somewhere. So both parties are like, this is exactly what I asked for, it's a level of detail, and I'm getting it as frequently as we agreed.
I know OL's on, I don't know if he has anything to add since he's sitting, listening.
I think we can make whatever promises on his behalf that we need. We'll give him all the hard stuff. But in all fairness, Howell does have quite a bit more experience with the developer side of this. And so he'll be heavily involved in some of this initial developer services as far as, based on his background and experience of what it takes to stand up one of these programs. Well, we'll give you a chance to actually speak for yourself if you do have
He
audio.
said they had a call dropped, I'm not sure if he's back online, Wade, or not.
Excellent. We need to write down all the commitments we made before he gets back on.
Yeah, that way all you gotta do is just say, I agree.
Yeah. No, we apologize for the connection. I know he had intended not to be on the road today, and circumstances unfortunately didn't allow that.
We'll see if he pops back on.
So it feels like today we got a piece of paper that doesn't commit anybody to anything, but it really is an important step to get moved forward. And it also allows us to take that to others, to confirm that everybody's playing by the same rule book. And in some ways, it's good to start off with just something small like this initial. You get a chance to understand who's the decision makers at each entity, what's the response time frame, that type of thing, so that we don't make a bunch of expectations in this room and then try to get other people to play by those rules and find out that maybe they didn't agree to it at that time. So we're going to get them to agree to it now.
So I guess let's walk through, since the agreement's up there, if there's anything that you want to highlight.
Right. Yeah, so where you're at is just the recitations, and it's really just to give a background for anybody reviewing the agreement on what's going on here. And then the rest of it is more just general commercial. It's basically saying we're entering into an agreement. Authorization of services will be acting on your behalf as a consultant. Some of these things, to be honest, are kind of our own risk protection. In this case, it specifically states we're not going to be the engineer or construction contractor in here. Part of that's just to avoid confusion where parties may think we're in that role because we're going to be doing and saying some of the things that an engineer or contractor might do or say. And then 2.2 is basically saying we're acting on your behalf. We're going to be the agent for the owner. And I believe there's some other language that basically talks about the route of approvals, because as Wade's made clear, the county may not be able to designate a single individual that can make all decisions, that some may need to be escalated to a larger group. So then it's got some general ideas of, we're going to be doing pre-development support, support for meeting policies and grants. 2.5 project controls, that's typically cost control, scheduling, administrative services. Pre-construction is basically what we refer to as any time you're doing design phase or bid solicitation phase up to that construction contract being executed. Even vetting and selecting vendors, doing that type of contractor evaluation. Design management, so it's interfacing with the different design parties even though we're not executing the design. And some of these, again, are based on future expectations. It refers to commissioning, which would be quite a bit later, but at least understanding how that's being subcontracted out and executed. And then construction management, again, it's not acting as a contractor, but it's confirming that they're meeting their reporting requirements and execution. And then 2.10 is specific, I think, to this type of a program where it's involving either a construction loan or a financing package that we've certainly been asked for each of the parties to sign off on payment applications from the contractors to confirm that the financing is being used as contracted, and that they're receiving what they paid for. And then Section 3 is just additional services, so administrative. And again, this is all without having the specific tasks being authorized. It's more of an outline of what will be included in those. Section 4, responsibilities of owner. This is mostly just putting information and parties at our disposal, providing authorization for those parties to work with us on your behalf. And then Section 5, creative service, which is obviously not included in the base agreement, but it refers to, it'll become effective when the tasks are authorized, and the timeline for each of those will be designated in each of those. So it's starting to kind of foreshadow the content of each of the task authorizations. And we do have some drafts of those available that contains that base language without the specifics. Again, compensation refers to the tasks. It does make some general idea. We do have a rate sheet so that those will be included ahead of time, and like definition of taxes, so payroll taxes, things like that are already included. They won't be added on separately. So kind of some of that is more housekeeping, just so the parties understand and agree ahead of time to avoid confusion later. Insurance requirements, it's always good to have those in place so that we can provide evidence of our own insurance. There will be the program management agreement is actually where the insurance requirements for other parties will be implemented. Some general duties and obligations, standard of care. When we're assisting with costs, it provides some outline in general of what that's based on. Suspension and termination, it's always good to have those rules outlined ahead of time to avoid a dispute down the road, but obviously we don't envision that when any of us enter into an agreement. And then, again, in our term we call it cost of the work, but basically which of our costs are already included in our rates, things like payroll taxes, for example, and which of our costs may not be. If we have to pay a separate consultant fee or specific costs that are project specific, and probably the best way to explain that is if it's project specific that we wouldn't have expended but for this project, then it usually becomes a project cost. If it's things like general liability insurance, that's an overhead that's already included in our rates. Dispute resolution, this is a little bit different than a Burns McDonnell standard contract, but basically what it normally, the parties, if they do have a dispute, attempt to resolve it with direct discussion, after which sometimes mediation helps. It's really an outside third party to help each entity understand the position before commencing with the cost and timing and expense associated with the legal dispute. Notices, of course, very important to us in our business because it allows parties time to respond anytime there is a dispute with the intent to settle it. Some indemnification, and in this case, we did defer some of the indemnification to later phases, but part of that helps us, for example, is if a construction contractor's employee is injured on a construction site, and if we don't have control over that, then we want that contractor to indemnify us. So some of the other agreements will include those requirements that the county and Burns McDonnell be indemnified by the construction contractors for any of their own acts or omissions. Some of these are, I may be boring you, like some of this is if we have some basic documents that we use as an outline, we still own those even if they're used for this project. Some of those examples could be like software, things like that, things that we produce for the county under this contract, the county owns. But if I buy Microsoft Word and I use it to produce that document, I'm giving you the document. I'm not giving you the software that I have a license with that manufacturer. And likewise, if I use some of our standard spreadsheets to develop an estimate, that retains our intellectual property, even if the numbers and things like that are part of what was provided for in the services. Some basics on notices and how those are sent are in 7.18. That's just making sure that if notice is required, that it goes to the right party and it's properly agreed. Controlling law in the state of Kansas, and then some limitation of liability that's been drafted here, specific to this type of services, and is reasonably understood going into it. But it actually refers to the value of the follow-on tasks, so that as those end up larger or smaller than anticipated, that the provisions of this contract look to each of those agreements for specifically what we're doing, the size of it, and that type of thing. And then within each task that isn't part of what we're looking at here today, we'll include specific scopes of work, specific deliverables, usually a schedule, a timeline, and those go into each of those tasks so that as those are individually executed, we know the dollar amount, the timeline, the services, and the deliverables for each of those future tasks. But we do have examples of those that we've started on with all the parties, just so that we're all aligned on what does program management mean, what does project management agent. Well, we think it means things like doing these workshops, having these meetings, providing this reporting, and those will be further defined in the future tasks. Hopefully that wasn't too much or too little information.
So is it fair to say, I mean, which you don't have any involvement in it, but they're the River City of the chips. Is that safe to say?
No,
I would probably say no.
But in a kind of a roundabout way, though, too.
My understanding is are they at risk and they hold the contracts for?
They hold the contract.
Right. To be honest, it's quite a bit different in our business because if anything else, if you want to know somebody's motivation, look at the money. And in that case, we would call that maybe construction management at risk. They have profit or loss potential. If they convince the county to agree to a change order, then maybe they make more money or avoid a loss, that type of thing. Not to say anything against that individual company, but just that contract arrangement. We are acting purely on an agent role. Our compensation is based solely on our effort, our hours expended. And so, for example, if I'm going to review a change order for a project, which is more likely to happen, for each of the covered entities on their projects. But if the county is acting, is doing some of the development for the site, if a change order comes in and you want us to review that, our sole motivation is to provide the answer you're looking for. Whether it gets approved or unapproved, we don't make or lose money on that. Our goal is to provide quality services to the customer as we're acting on their behalf. It's almost as an extension of your staff Difference being is we have expertise we can draw on. If I need somebody for 100 hours a year to provide a specific service, the county, rather than having to hire it or separate consult it, I can have somebody within my organization provide that for me on your behalf on a limited basis. They work for Burns McDonnell, but they're not solely assigned to the project. So that expertise and services are one of the things that we bring as a consultant or as your agent. The other thing we're going to bring is standardization by being involved in all parties that are working at the site in some form, either as a project management agent for each of the covered entities, or as a party to one of their agreements that we're acting on their behalf to help execute.
The way I look at it after the conversations I've had is this is a jigsaw puzzle. You're gonna help us put all these pieces together and make sure it's a project.
Yeah, every analogy breaks down at some point, but in general, yes. We don't bring the pieces. We don't get the pieces when it's all done. Right.
Yeah.
We help them.
You gotta help us put them together.
And ideally, there's
everybody's on the same page.
You're our agent.
I'm a parent. I got 5 kids, so it'd almost be like if my kids are putting the jigsaw puzzle together, and I'm telling each of them how to get along, and who's got what pieces,
Yes.
and when they have to have them in place by.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that helps a little bit better.
It does.
Nowadays, I relate everything back to my kids.
Yeah. It works though.
But I don't actually get to touch the pieces.
Yeah. No.
I'm just making sure that they're communicating with each other and getting along.
And
I'm not very good at that if that was my full-time job. They don't get along all the time.
I think this is what we've been lacking, for us to keep. That's another analogy would be keeping our ducks in a row, all the ducks in a row, so that this thing flows how it's supposed to flow.
Yeah, and like I said, I mean, with Joel's expertise on development services, it's things that somebody doing that role should know, but without that experience, they're not going to know it.
Right.
It's like if you go to buy a car, but you haven't done the research. If you could hire a consultant to help you understand or read consumer reports or what have you, it's your money, you're buying the car, you're in that seat, but maybe you want more information, or you want somebody, bring your buddy along that knows more about cars to help you pick the right one, because it's your money, you're the one making those commitments, but you need help.
Yeah. This is help. Yeah, this is help we need, I think.
We've done a lot of stuff. There's a lot more stuff left to go.
Yeah.
But the stuff that's already been done doesn't need to be redone. It just needs to be brought to the table and put together in a packet. And here we
That's
are.
part of what I see that'll help prevent is we have these 2 different groups and they end up trying to do the same process and it ends up getting done twice and then they
End up
still
in different
don't work
directions
together.
too.
Yeah.
That's the worst thing about duplicating effort is you may come to different conclusions or go
And it winds up costing us twice the amount of money.
Right, you're paying for it twice and you're ending up at 2 different destinations.
Right.
So that's really all it is today, but I do think it's an important step to kind of take it to the next one. And obviously, we're hoping next time we're talking about this, not only are we talking about the first task execution, but we'll have some other progress outside of this room that's been moving forward along with the rest of us.
I do know Wade and Sam both have reviewed this and has your blessings. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay.
It's hot off the presses as of
Like 5:10 Friday?
Friday night.
My attorneys they're like, I can call you after 5, because they're all trying to get their end of the year stuff done too, so.
Yes, we've been through it multiple times and had some conversations back and forth, so.
Yep. Okay. I knew you had some questions about it. Charles had questions, Wade had questions, you had questions, so it sounds like all that's hashed out.
I believe so.
Can we make a motion now to enter this?
Yep. I mean, if you're comfortable moving forward, I think we need Angie.
Oh, I think this is the way we need to go. Yeah.
I think we need for lack of better terminology, somebody out there speaking on our behalf.
Well,
Sitting at tables that need to be sat at.
Yeah. And this
Getting answers
timeline.
to questions that need to be answered.
Yeah, the timeline all these people have to deal with too. We've got to try to make things fall in place, is my opinion.
And Matt put it, when the final ball drops, the money's here, we need to be organized and ready to move. And this is gonna help get that accomplished, the way I see it.
Yeah, certainly. I will say, I wish we were here today authorizing the first task to be able to start getting reports and work product out to you, but that'll come.
That's why this stuff's so important, because they've been sitting back just kind of looking out the window, watching things maybe happen, maybe not happen, but they can't do anything because they don't have any authorization to do it.
And this gives you that authorization, not to mention, I will state in some of the meetings I've sat in on, that you guys have the same amount of questions that we have. So I think you can get those answers hopefully quicker than we can.
Yeah, this is kind of the authorization to seek authorization, and once we get that first step, we'll kind of have a warrant to go ask those questions on your behalf and start demanding answers.
That's what we need.
So we'll need Angie while we're waiting on Angie, and I think the next step after that, if you're gonna make a motion and approve this, then who is their conduit with the county? Because they'll need somebody, obviously on a Monday, they can come and bring it before the board, but if there's something in the intervening time period or a point of contact, I mean, that's your next.
Right.
Did we not have that discussion when we decided possibly probably you?
Well, I think we need to have that conversation right now, so everybody has an idea what that is.
Because most of them would be, to me, they would be somewhat tied legally to where we need your advice anyway.
Well, I think Sam's been involved heavily as well, so I'd say include Sam in that conversation as well.
Yeah, between you two, like it has been.
Between you two,
Okay.
because I think you guys have already had dialogue. It seems like a lot, so that probably needs to continue.
Or is that more Sam's expertise more than Mr. Williams?
I mean, last thing I want to do is pile more on Wasteland as well.
We've got enough stuff.
I think my impression is Sam and I have worked well together. We've communicated, and I think we're both available at, we communicate well with each other, so I don't see it being an issue.
I think having Sam as a backup at a minimum, or however you guys want to word it, but if we include both of you, I'm fine with that. I know there's been several people, like Bobby, who's carried the ball probably as far as he can carry it. Putting Burns and Mac at the table. As long as you're okay with it.
I'm good with whatever.
Sam's okay with it.
If they work well together, there's no reason to change it.
No.
Yeah, there's no reason to change it.
They just need to continue on.
Yeah, it seems like they work well together, so.
There's points in time when Sam or Charles or his team, they've got some things going on, but they can relay information to me, and then I can provide it to you, and I look at it happening that same way. I agree.
Okay. Very good. All right. Does that need to be just contract or?
Yep, it would be a motion to approve the program management agent agreement.
You don't have your computer, do you?
It just went away.
Well, Angie's typing the motion.
Yeah, but
Let's time out.
That's what they did.
Oh, what she was needing, yes.
Yeah.
I think she already got that.
Oh, I already got it, yeah.
She already got that far.
And I just have with an effective date of December 18, 2023.
Is this between Burns and McDonald and Coffee County?
Mhm.
Yes.
Effective date of what again? I'm sorry.
December 18th.
Okay.
Then it's for the chairman to sign, because there's only one signature. Send that around. That's the entire agreement. It's just one copy, so I'm not killing trees.
I'll take their word for it, okay?
Like I say, I've sat in on 2 or 3 of these meetings, I think now, on Friday afternoons, and Wade and Sam and Charles and Matt's been on that, Joel's been in on that. And this thing's been discussed, revamped, vamped. I'm fine with it, so.
That's my point of passing it on, they don't need my legal opinion.
Nobody wants my opinion, that's for darn sure.
Her legal opinion gets pretty short, doesn't it?
All right, motion is read. Moved to authorize direct chairman to sign program management agent agreement with individual task authorizations, ITA consultant / owner agreement between Burns McDonnell and Coffee County with an effective date of December 18, 2023.
Anything else in there?
You see anything?
I can't see it, but it sounded right.
You wanna see it?
Yeah.
It's right there.
Looks good to me.
And I'll make that motion.
I'll second. Moved by Huguet, seconded by McCurry. Any discussion? Hear no discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes.
Done.
Ta-da.
Thank you for turning this into a work session and being here to
Yeah.
For sure.
educate and all I got. I think it's very important that we do that, take our time, explain ourselves well.
Are one of you guys signing, or do you have to take it back?
I can do it, yeah.
I'll go make coffee.
You need to make a motion?
Your motion.
Oh, right. I have a piece of paper with signature for everything back on my desk.
This is gonna be a long drawn out deal, but it's something that needs to be
Yeah.
done and get to move.
Making headway though.
Yeah.
I'm happy for the fact that it's just, like I say, there's just gonna be somebody beating the bushes, so to speak, to get the answers to questions that we've been asking. And,
This is our daily job that we're gonna be working for, and you guys have a lot of other things going on, this will be our primary focus.
Exactly.
Yeah.
it takes a lot off his plate and our plate, and that's your expertise. Awesome.
You know the right questions to ask.
Yeah, coming up with the
Well,
right.
that's the other thing, yeah.
Yeah. 'Cause we could work at it as hard as we want to and not be organized.
We could go the opposite direction, couldn't we, Wade?
Yeah.
Working as hard as we.
That's right.
We're working hard, though.
Yeah, putting the time
Going
in.
backwards, but we're working hard.
Yeah.
The timer told me if you don't ever make a mistake, you're not doing anything, just don't be busy at it. That may be me some days, you get real busy.
So for both of you, what do you need next from the county?
So we'll be working with the other parties we've talked about here today, make sure that we understand their timeline a little bit better. The goal would be to get a similar agreement in place with them. And then I think between that party and ourselves and working with Sam and Wade, understanding in greater detail, developing the documents for the first tasks that we talked about here. The developer services task, I think, is pretty straightforward. The implementation task, thank you, is gonna require input from the other parties to make sure that we have an agreement between the county and the other parties as far as compensation for that implementation phase. It's only being done once, but it's gonna benefit all parties. And just confirming that there's an equitable distribution of those costs and the best way to do it. Like we said, whether it's included in the purchase price of the land, paid for as it occurs, or through some other means. And that may even involve the financing folks on that. and then also probably helping better understand the timeline with us and them, but also we know that there's a similar timeline associated with their contractor that's been requested by Commerce, as well as the financing side of that. And so kind of beginning our role of monitoring everything is making sure that all of those are being put together for their response to Commerce, which is also something the county's going to have interest to, is knowing that that went back and that process is continuing in parallel. So, but yeah, I do think that the developer services can continue between Burns McDonnell and the county without other party involvement. I think that's something that we have our initial scope and budget put together for that. We have a draft of that I think we can work with Sam and Wade to better finalize that and get it ready for your approval. But I wouldn't want to be here asking for that approval without a better understanding of the timeline for the rest of it all.
Awesome.
So, Carl, they would be getting with the water people as well, correct?
This is the way I understand it. They're putting our game plan together for
Yeah.
everything, so you're gonna walk us up
Yeah.
to this. As we walk up to this, they'll be talking, whether it's the water utility, the electric utility, but they don't, that's the way I took your conversation.
Yeah, and again, the county may not be making all of the commitments associated with those. It might be the users themselves. The county's gonna need to know that, in order to properly coordinate, so.
Right.
And again, the users are gonna have a need date, and that may affect, how quickly any of those agreements need to be put into place.
They're putting the pieces together in order to bring this Tom City puzzle together. They know the language to do and the people to ask, which is what we truly need. You did a great job.
Very well. Any other questions for the gentleman? Anybody?
Once the funding is released, then that's where you fellows come in and you'll help distribute that funding to the right. Right, that's not.
The funding will go to actually TEM.
You're talking about the financing that would be
Yeah.
coming, yeah, so,
Real good.
Raymond James is really heading that up.
Okay, that's
But-
okay.
But there's gonna be commitments that the owner has to make to the lenders, such as reporting on progress. And so that's where we would come into play, is that we would work for the owner on their behalf in order to produce that reporting and documents, some of which fulfill their commitments they've made to the lender, some of which may be commitments they've made to the county. You know, as the developer, the development agreement is gonna have some requirements that they have to provide information to the county on a regular basis. And so, in that case, we may be working on their behalf to assemble that information to report out in order for them to meet their obligations under that agreement. So as far as where we get involved with the financing is really helping the owner meet their obligations under those financing agreements. We don't write the checks, but we will have to write a letter saying, okay, this check is going for this payment application for this general contractor, and here's their schedule and here's their progress, and we've monitored it in the field, and we can confirm that this work is in place and this payment application is legitimate. And that's our role, because the financing folks, their job isn't construction review and reporting. They're gonna hire us to do that so that they know to write the check.
More gray hairs.
And just so everybody's aware, the CHIPS money, the majority of that's gonna go towards production equipment. Obviously, the government, the federal government likes buying equipment that's gonna produce things and be operated by Americans.
It'll be interesting to see how it all unfolds. It better be a win. Yeah. Needs to be a win. Any other questions for the gentleman?
The good thing I see about this today, Jesse, I'm not too sure we haven't accomplished more today than what we've had in a long time.
Another jump forward.
I think it's a pretty good sized jump forward, I think, so.
Haven't,
Appreciate everything that's been brought to the table today.
Yeah, by all of you.
you gotta have a lot of tools in that toolbox if you're ever gonna get anything done, fix anything.
One more tool.
One more tool in our toolbox.
Yep.
Hopefully the last one.
No, no, it won't be the last one.
I said hopefully.
Hopefully, yeah, hopefully. Well, appreciate you guys coming down, meeting with us, informing us, getting the agreement, Wade and Sam for hashing back and forth, getting it all lined up, Bobby.
Team effort.
Team, there's no I in him, right?
Not an I or a me thing, it's a we thing.
That's a we thing.
That's right, that's right.
We are all in this same ship together.
We all want success. Yeah.
Carrying around 5-gallon buckets, hoping that it doesn't spring a leak. Very well.
Where's your office, Sam?
Speaker.
I thought so. I knew that, I just couldn't draw it for some reason.
Straight shot up 75. Well, we've tried to get 4-lane down here this way, but they won't have it, so.
It's still a pretty nice highway.
It's still okay. That Osage County stretch there south of Linden's getting pretty rough.
Yeah.
Pretty rough. Those bridges need a lot of help.
Yeah.
Driving center left or center right, because center driving might get you a blood out tire.
You don't wanna drive in the lane.
No, you don't want to drive in the lane. You want to be center right or center left.
Because when you're going north, you wanna be ready for a ramp, and coming south, you gotta be ready for this big.
Yep.
I don't know why they fixed one, tried to fix northbound line, didn't fix it. Then they refused to do anything in the east.
Yeah, we're talking about that bridge just north of the turnoff to the state park.
Yeah.
Little ski jump.
When you get south of Linden there, about 1.5 miles, 2 miles, you come around that one curve, there's a quarter mile there, that's worse than a washboard.
Yeah, pretty bad.
We'll try to help on a lot of things, but I'm not sure we're gonna be able to help on that.
Well, we are gonna be asking KDOT to help with some funding sooner or later, so I'll say nice things about them.
Well, everything happens up here at Beetle, that may make everything happen at Linden too.
Very well. Never know.
I bet you it'll make some good things happen for everybody.
Chain reaction.
Reaction and reaction.
Yep. Thank you, gentlemen.
For sure.
Thank you
Thanks
very
for
much.
coming.
Thank you very much.
Well, I don't guess you gotta go.
Took a while.
You just can't stay here.
Yeah, you can stay here if you want to be bored.
Be here for a minute.
Things move well up there.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. I'll
I
meet
was
there,
gonna
but.
ask you how they went.
Shake this hand.
Okay.
Good to see you, we were talking about.
I think that was a very necessary step at this point.
I'm not too sure, did it?
I did
Most
too.
important meeting we've had.
Appreciate it. Thanks for coming down and for sure. Great.
We, yeah, there's been a lot of people involved in this, and we've got to make sure we get everything out there that we pay for.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Instead of having to reinvent the wheel again.
Yeah, and obviously.
Would
You
you feel like?
want to put this ham up or this
Yeah, I will.
stuff up?
Mhm.
Here's why we got a little wall. Take it around. Anybody else? Yeah. Sure.
Take that, yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
That dip was good.
Oh, thanks.
That was spot on. Be strong enough to walk out of here on its own. Don't shoot it over.
Phone session. Yeah.
Well, that concludes our agenda for the day, doesn't it? Back to round table. So you got your signatures for me that you needed?
Yes, I'm done with you.
Oh, I bet you're not. You might wanna be. You might wanna.
I may or may not have some company come in from out of state.
That's
I'll make the 29th for sure.
And I might be able to move it back to the 28th, maybe.
Just checks and vouchers today.
Yeah.
But then nobody can do anything on the 29th if you move.
Oh, no, they still can.
Is that report for the next fiscal year, next year?
No, what all it would basically do is we do the year-end transfer of the day early. And then, we would just have to stay the next day, basically till noon to count, make sure cash was okay.
Well, I don't have a problem with the 29th, it's just
Okay.
days in between the 25th and the 29th.
Okay. And we might maybe move it back a little earlier to like 11 or something, because we're not gonna have a whole lot to transfer out, but.
Tuesday. Well, it depends on the weather.
Take care, we'll see you later.
We've got to get back in here, we make this short and sweet.
You think?
Oh, we haven't linked you on roundtable yet, have we? Oh, no.
I don't know that Wade's been either.
Wade said there at one time he might have 3, so he could have 1 left.
I think he's gonna hold it off.
Want me to pass it
Sure.
over here?
Thank you. No, I think.
Pass them down.
That's done.
Before we stand, please, can I get a copy of that?
He's got one.
Can I
He
get,
does.
email him? Oh, I didn't get
This
it.
way, I'll take it.
Do you want a copy for Sam right now?
If you would, before you leave.
Yeah, I can do that, I'm sorry.
Nope, that's fine.
I emailed it to Nate.
You got more roundtable or, executive session?
No. No, not for today.
Are you done with the roundtable?
As much as I'd like to figure something else to talk about, that's it.
Steve, do you have any roundtable?
I do not.
Don, do you have your roundtable?
I'm fine, so does Jesse.
Mr. Thompson, you got your roundtable?
Put my thought on hold.
Your coaches? Okay. Mr. Hugutin?
I don't think so. I just say again, signing this to Burns and Mac, I think is gonna take a lot of pressure off a lot of people and put it on them, it's something they're used to, so I think it's a giant step forward.
Oh, good. Organized work, organized progression.
Yeah.
They can all try to pull together the way I do it. So it's great.
Right now, they've been chasing Cody Sequel left and right, and straight and backward. I don't have any roundtables, so now we're to Angie.
Did you already do Steve?
Yep. We
Okay.
already walked our way around.
Okay.
He said he didn't have anything, but he might.
Oh, okay.
No, I don't.
Okay. So, they did have a department head meeting last week. I had talked to a couple departments that, wanted me to talk to a couple different counties they had talked to that were respective to their offices and not that. And I did, and, but they're paid bi-weekly, and we aren't at the point where they can help with how their setup is for like sheriff and jail, or emergency workers, I should say, not just sheriff and jail, but anyway, so I found a couple counties that operate just like we do. They use CIC, they're on Time Cost Plus, and so I was in contact with both of them. We talked about the cutoff dates and all of that. The cutoff dates, I think, are fine with the employees from what I understand from the meeting. There wasn't any, they all seemed to understand
I felt
why
like,
we're doing that.
I felt like everyone understood it better than I thought they,
Accepted it better than you thought maybe.
yeah.
Good.
Okay,
It was
and
just a good discussion all the way around. I felt like.
the one county that cuts off on the 15th like we do, they cut their checks 7 days later, but their commissioners don't see or sign off on anything.
That was,
And that's the only difference we have here, is what I understood is that you guys want to see things before they go out versus me just cutting checks and, or granted, I know direct deposit goes on to the bank, but you still see the reports, you still see the paper checks.
the only thing we don't see, and that was, I'm sorry, that was brought up. They do electronic signature.
Yeah, yeah, but.
But I took it that was just for payroll.
Mhm.
Is that right?
Right, for payroll, yeah.
And that was brought up. I mean, that would eliminate some time.
Yeah, which that would about give us the time we need.
That would give.
But if you guys are wanting to see, which I'm not suggesting you don't or anything, but that's why I would need those extra days so that I could get it to you and give us enough time.
But I don't look at, I'll just speak for myself, I don't look at payroll. I mean,
I'm not sure they look at payroll.
well, I guess that's where I'm.
Not much you can do about payroll.
No.
I agree with you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I said I didn't have anything, and then Angie brought that up, and that was one thing that was brought up that, it was brought up that there were a couple other counties, and the response was, well, they're paid bi-monthly, which, that's completely different than what we do.
Right, our
The other
employees
thing that was brought up was that if payroll was signed electronically, that would put everything in perspective then, I mean, as far as.
Yeah, but we do still have quite a few payroll checks. I mean, you still sign some payroll checks. People, we have to make everyone go direct deposit, and I don't know if we want to force
I doubt if it's
people.
over 15 or 20 checks though. See, 20 checks is quite a bit, that's.
I see.
Pretty big portion.
God, yeah, I'd hate to guess how many of them are paychecks.
But you know, when the check goes around, it's got the payroll checks in it, and all of them listed, we probably don't look at it about 2 minutes, and it goes on.
Yeah, because there's nothing we can.
Yeah, that's.
Well, I mean, it's no
set cost.
different.
So it
Your
wouldn't take
direct
much,
deposit's
wouldn't
already
take much
going.
time.
Yeah.
Your direct
set
deposit's
cost.
already gone by the time we're signing the paper check, so,
Already.
I mean,
Yeah, sometimes it is.
would it be simpler if I come in just solely to sign checks,
The paper check.
the paper checks, instead of waiting until the commission
I mean, we
needs to
could,
do it?
we could do that. I still
Just-
like the
just
idea
put-
of the 15th cutoff, but then we could issue checks like the 24th, you know?
Or if you can't make it, you just authorize them to use your stamp.
Mhm.
Done. It's payroll. Hey,
Whatever works the
there's
best.
very little you can question on payroll.
Right, that's right.
Yeah.
I mean, or we could leave it the 22nd like it is now, and then just, let's see, because that would be, well, like in this month, we'd only have 3 days to process payroll, which maybe we could get it done in enough time, I don't know.
I see.
No, actually, we'd have 4 days, 1, 2, 3, 4. But if we move it back to the 15th,
That would
we
ensure
have
having
full
plenty of
5
time.
weeks,
I'd just continue with what she was doing, going to 15th.
That's fine.
paying on the last day of the month.
Does that give you enough time then?
Oh, yeah, if we leave it that way, yeah,
Courthouse is open, we're open on 26th, aren't we?
yeah.
Because that's our meeting day.
Yeah.
There's no need of you being down to the wire.
And so, as I told you earlier, they notified me last week, they had a comp time module up and going. I had checked with her first week of December. I think I told you guys that I wanted to know where are we with the comp time module because I hadn't heard anything. So they wanted me to fill out a new application and gave me a new invoice to pay. We've already did all this at the end of September. And so then, I don't know if they lost something or what, but I showed them, they cashed the check, I showed everything, and so they said disregard, we'll get this up and going ASAP. Got it going last week. I have training tomorrow at 1 o'clock. I'm gonna try to get the 28-day pay cycle for the sheriff set up tomorrow. Make sure everything's working properly. And then I guess I will tell employees, we were practicing before, but this is a hard practice from now till January, because anything that goes wrong now, we want to go live January 23rd. I truly think we're going to be able to do it. So, but once that week before or whenever, this will be the last test, and then they will wipe everything out of that system, and we will actually upload the real everything, real vacation, real sick.
Out of the test module into the go live module.
The go live module will go into that test module, so then it will be live. So we're working on that. Next thing is I've given you a copy of preliminary, and I stress preliminary numbers for the end of the year transfer. I talked to a couple that were in last week briefly, and I had kind of lined the numbers up to where I thought you guys might want them, but if you want to take a look at this. The first one, capital improvement, we are short that $250,000 to fulfill the capital improvement plan out to 2029. You have cell number 5, it's going to come in at $1.5 million, and right now we have $800,000. And so if we go ahead and put $250 in, that'll get us up to $1 million. It's projected for 2027, so I think if we just keep putting a little bit in there over the next couple of years, we'll get that fully funded. This was my thought. Community improvement, it looks like a little bit we could put in there. And if you see something different that you want to change, we can change it. Equipment reserve, I just placed some numbers in there. Well, actually, appraisers told me they could put some in there. The Public Works asphalt, I think Ryan told you guys earlier, he's going to want to buy a piece of equipment, so that's what he'd like to earmark that for.
And the excavator 300.
Yeah, and then I don't have anything for GIS reserve. Jail, that's where I put the bulk of the money, because I feel like you guys are going to want
Needs to stay there.
a little extra in there. And then the other was special highway improvement fund that's what Ryan said he had left over to put in there. So that's really about all we'll have for year-end transfers. So we're looking at, it'll be under 3 million, or right at about 3 million.
336.
Yeah.
367.
I had a question. Why does the GSI reserve fund have $711,000 in it?
GIS.
GIS.
That's your geographical information systems, and that would be a Connie question.
That seems like an awful lot of money.
It does, but I don't know why. There must be a big purchase coming down the tube in the next 2 or 3 years, but I can't answer that.
I'm gonna go ask Connie about that.
Yeah, that's $750,000, that's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money just sitting there. I mean, which is still sitting there. It's not hurting nothing, but it just blows my mind that there's that much
If we
money.
need it elsewhere, we can always move it.
Right.
So, looking at this spreadsheet, do you see where you want to put anything somewhere else, or do you think this is kind of in line of what your thoughts would be? Because I'll be working on this about every day till next week as I watch the numbers and.
Well, I would say you've done this longer than
That's
anybody
just what I
else
was
here.
gonna say, you're the most well-qualified person to make these suggestions, and if we find out down the road, we can always move something.
Yeah.
In most cases.
Yeah.
So I just go with what Angie got, and if we need to move it a year or 2 down the road,
It's just, I
there's
mean,
only 5 accounts that we're moving.
just knowing the projects you have coming up and what's going on, that makes the most sense, really.
Yeah, I mean, I think, Road and Bridge had talked that here since I've been on here, that we've got quite a few pieces of equipment that are gonna need to be
Yeah.
replaced, so, but we can still move money to do something later, so.
So that's like the tech hauler's got 1.4 million. That's probably more than what Bradford needs. But he can get into some pretty expensive equipment for employees.
Yeah, I mean.
Well, and you can spend a heck of a lot of money on gadgets and gadgets too, but if
Real-
it's stuff you need,
real quick.
if it's stuff you need, that's one thing, but if it's just gadgets and gadgets, that doesn't need to happen.
My thought is just look at what you got down, Angie, and
If something, like, so something could change as I watch, you know, our accounts and the bills that are coming in, but
Economic development, 114.
that's their fund number.
That's the fund number, what's the 200 or 2 million?
Oh, that's just in the general fund, how much will be transferred out? 2,775,000.
Oh, okay, so there's nothing in it.
No, that's just a number, kind of, if you guys were to say, how much is, coming out of general fund, I could look at, say, 2,773,000, but the total transfers would be that 3,673,000. And then I told you about local government day, so if any of you are wanting to go, do you want me to forward you the email, or do you want me to register anybody if you're interested? Okay. We'll just kind of wait and see, check back after the first of the year maybe, okay. Do that.
Heck, I might not be alive by then, who knows?
That's, I do believe, all I have today, so.
Speak now, forever hold your peace.
Did you? The River City $91,000, did that get covered already?
Well, we talked about it earlier, I thought.
I think it just needs to be,
Do we need to do a special issue check?
I don't know about a special issue check, it just needs to be signed off on a motion and
Oh.
then approve it. That's what I meant.
Did we do the motion?
I don't remember a motion, I remember,
I think
What
there was
are you
a
talking about?
discussion, I passed it around and then we were.
Oh, yeah.
talking about it.
there's right here was the paper that was being passed around.
Okay.
It's for the final
Okay,
payment.
yeah, you did, so do we need to make a motion?
And we did not make one.
Do we need to make a motion?
Excuse me.
Okay.
Motion authorized director chairman to sign change order number 005.
Is it change order number 5? I thought number 5 was,
It says change order 005.
I think that was the change order, but it didn't cost anything because it was a part of the retainage.
Yes.
And then it's to sign the last bill of statement. I think there's 2 different things there. But, because there's the one document that has the final payment of $91,000. But it also includes that change order 5, which there's no fee for. Is that?
Do you want to come verify this?
Because right here's the one that he's talking about, I think it shows 91,000.
Yeah, right there.
But it
there's
says
no way to
change order 005 on top. And it states here, that's it, payment number 5. Mhm.
So it's change order number 6 that relates to the village.
Oh, change order number 6.
Well, remember, we were one off.
We're one off.
5, but 6, so that.
The 6 is the new 5, or 5 is the new 6.
Luckily, it's only for this project, and that won't happen for the next one, but I guess that's how it reads, so.
So would you want us to put 5 or 6?
I just put what's in that paragraph because it references both, and that way I mean, that's what we've had to do before.
Close out the project allowance cost for construction, subcontract change order number 6. Is that what you say?
Okay, can I see?
Yes.
Unless it is actually working.
So we got next Tuesday, Wednesday, or Tuesday, Wednesday.
Thursday and Friday.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. Tuesday, Thursday, Friday.
And Thursday, I won't be able to do it.
Thursday's checks and vouchers,
Which is normally on Wednesday.
and year-end transfers is
Friday.
Okay, see if that was, okay.
All right, the motion, move to authorize Director Chairman to sign change order 05 regarding closeout of project allowance cost as related to Killer Construction subcontract change order number 6 with River City Construction for the parking improvement project
I think you just need to have that cost, that final figure.
of $91,496.97
In an amount of 91, and then what, and then where it comes from.
91.
496.97 to be paid from
General fund.
where we took the rest from.
Yeah.
I thought it was general.
They paid from general fund capital.
If I could.
Woosah.
I cannot. My fingers said I'm done.
Capital outlay line item, there we go. There we go. Clear as mud. I'll move. Moved by Knight, seconded by Hughes, any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Passes.
I have that.
There it is. Didn't you know it was the last piece of paper I'm looking at?
Week, isn't it?
I'm sorry?
Our meeting's Tuesday.
Tuesday, Friday.
What do we want Friday?
Friday's year-end.
You're in the
transfers.
close, so we may not come in till 2 or 3 o'clock. So maybe we come in later, vouchers on the 28th.
Yeah.
I think I'll be able to have you in earlier than,
Earlier than 9 o'clock.
yeah, on Friday. I mean, I think we can maybe do 11, I think.
11 o'clock.
I'll know closer to next week.
Are we good?
Yep.
We get to adjourn?
Until this time next week.
So this time next week? Don't let me adjourn next Monday, or next Tuesday.
It'll be Tuesday.
Nope.
Yeah, don't let me adjourn next Tuesday. All right, nobody else have anything?
I'm gonna bet there won't be much for Tuesday.
Oh, well, there won't be probably anybody here.
Shouldn't say that. As soon as you say that.
Nobody else have
I
anything?
jinxed it, didn't I?
You did.
Maybe so.
We will adjourn at 3:02 PM. Everybody have a good week.
Oh, you do have to, oh no, that's next, don't wait.